push. This is big. That looks like they're swooping in for against the world. Can they do it?
Though, really feeling good about this spot.
Is going to try and push into this dome.
They're running full blue on everybody now. No, wait, hold up.
That's not going to end up taking it. Error being chewed through right now.
All right, welcome everybody to the final weekend of the Challenger Circuit here at the Apex Legends Global Series North America. I'm Jamerson, joined once again for the final weekend by Vicky Kitty. By the way, congratulations, Vicky Kitty, on your big announcement today, joining the OWL squad once more. But let's go ahead and talk about Apex Legends, all right? Because we have 20 amazing teams that are fighting for the final slots at the Last Chance qualifiers.
Thank you so much, Jamerson. And yes, this is a final Challenger Circuit for our teams to finalize their points that they need. I mean, we have some teams that are neck to neck, but we're going to have to see where they stand right now because, again, this is the final Challenger Circuit before the Last Chance qualifiers are going to be making their way in for a lot of these teams. So following these 4 Challenger Circuits within this split 2, the top 12 teams in each region by cumulative points we earn throughout the circuit will qualify for the winner's bracket for the first championship Last Chance qualifier. And then the following 13th through the 22nd teams will then qualify through the loser's bracket.
That's right. And how do they do it? Well, they're going to play 6 games today. We got 3 on World's Edge, 3 on Storm Point, and it comes down to placements and kill points. Placements, as you can see, it's broken down here. First place in a match will get you 12 points, all the way down to 15th, which will net you 1 point, and every single individual elimination you pick up, that's an additional point as well. And that becomes super important in a lobby like this when we have so much amazing talent. We know that there are squads that can absolutely frag out. So when we typically have matches, you know, it's typically like 50-50 placement points, kill points. That's how things break down for players, but we might see it skew a little bit more in favor of kill points. These are the squads that are competing today, and there are a lot of notable ones, but there's a lot of things on the line. Like you said, we're fighting for the Last Chance qualifiers, and it's not just the Last Chance qualifiers, it's seeding into the Last Chance qualifiers. The top 12 teams will be securing a spot in the winner's bracket, and then the bottom 10 teams, or well, the 13th or 22nd place in the overall leaderboard will be securing a spot in the lower bracket. So it's super important, especially for a squad like Running Late, who are currently in 33rd place right now. So if they want a shot at trying to break into the top 12, they need a win today.
It's super important, especially with those last-minute points, and we have the likes of so many content creators right now that have been really popping off. Just got to give a shout-out to Tripods, who have really gotten themselves together since the start of the season within the Challenger Circuit to the very end. And, you know, as we highlight some of these players, why don't we talk about the teams to watch? I got my eyes on HCH. This is a new roster, but like you mentioned before when we were talking a little bit, Jamerson, these are very seasoned individual players. Hill, who actually plays for Torrent in the Pro League, is here. Hakulo, very familiar name that you and I have been able to cast over in the past, who has experience as well as playing in the Pro League with Furia. And then Crook, who has also had the experience of playing on Atlanta Premier.
Yeah, that's right. You know, whenever it comes down to the end of season, you do see a lot of roster shuffles, and so things are going on behind the scenes and stuff like that. A lot of these have already been announced, but this is just confirmation right now. HCH, this is the new roster. We're definitely looking forward to them. And of course, the big 3 we're looking at today. Of course, Redeem and Wingman Season. They are currently fighting for that first place position. Now, it's just all bragging rights at this point for them because they have more than secured their spot in the top 12, but it's about who can win and who can do this dominantly here in the Challenger Circuit. For Wingman Season, they're looking for a 3rd win in a row here in the Challenger Circuit. And for Redeem, it's about maintaining that first place spot. They've been playing amazingly consistent throughout all 4 weekends of the Challenger Circuit.
And it's great to highlight just Tripods, Wingman Season, Redeem. We've talked about these teams a lot, and for a reason. You know, just to note what Noko Oko Post was talking about on his own Twitter, he was saying, you know what, keep your eyes on Tripods, Sheesh, Wingman Season. And I love the banter from Z Davis coming in, tagging Hill and saying, yo, you know what, Noko doesn't think we have a shot here. And Nicewing kind of backing them up like, you know, you guys are really scary. So with some of that beef going into this lobby, I love to see that playfulness from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it's great to see. And yeah, we don't have Sheesh up there, but we have to mention them as well. Currently, right now, Team Sheesh are in 23rd place in the overall leaderboard, but with making finals, they secure a spot in the last chance qualifiers. The big question, though, is, of course, always going to be, are they going to be ending up on the winner's bracket, or will they be in the lower bracket? So that's what they're fighting for. This is an insane squad. Nicewig, a prize, Timmy. We all know their names. You know, if all three of them threw up their stream right now, like Apex would be at like 40K, 50K. We know this, right? So it's amazing to see. I mean, right now I know Nick Merckx is probably like streaming to like 50K viewers. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. It's awesome to see all these content creators coming in and trying their hand, especially at the Challenger circuit. Nick Merckx doing 2 separate games right now. I know he's still doing Fortnite, but for all of our Apex Legends community content creators, it's great to see them. Of course, a lot of them started off in the professional scene and then really built out their content creation career on the back of that as well. So I'm glad that they're still sticking around doing things. If they make it to the LCQ, or where they make it in the LCQ and how far they can push, I mean, I would love to see it.
I love it. And you know, you highlighted Sheesh being in that 23rd spot overall. I mean, in that lower bracket to qualify, you need to be in the 22nd spot. 13th through 22nd, make it into that second last chance qualifier. So expect the likes for like Team Sheesh to really pop off today. I'm expecting a lot of big things from that team. They've kind of had a troublesome start at the start of the season, but they've really been able to synergize very well, very similar to Tripods actually.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like, you know, it was just kind of learning curve for them and finding the kind of comfort that they really want to run, especially in the legend composition. When we go to Storm Point, we saw that they looked a lot more comfortable, a lot more aggressive, especially Timmy with that Pathfinder. He did, of course, tweet out last night or the night before about how Pathfinder isn't as fun to play on Storm Point because his ultimate, it's always been very iffy. Even going back to Kings Canyon, it was very iffy, but Storm Point is a completely different beast. We did get a push out on an update for that by the Apex team from Respawn, getting that done and fixing a lot of the bugs with the Pathfinder ultimate on Stormpoint. So we'll see if that actually comes back to kind of improve their play overall. But again, we're seeing, like you said, a lot of improvement. In particular, if we're talking about improvement, we have to go back to Tripods. I mean, it's not. We're not just talking about them because they're the big content creators, but they have a big story behind them. I mean, in the first last chance qualifiers, they went out in the semis. In the second last chance qualifiers, they did not perform that well. I think they finished like 15th overall in the finals lobby. And then just last week, or the week before, excuse me, they ended up in 2nd place behind Wingman Season. That's absolutely insane.
It's amazing, especially since you talk about how they started. They didn't even make it to the first Challenger Circuit finals, and then to see how they've been able to overcome a lot of those troublesome, just ironing out whatever they needed to fix out is amazing to see it really play out before our eyes. So that's why I'm really excited to be able to be here alongside you, Jamerson, to cast this final Challenger Circuit as our teams get ready. But overall, looking at the points that some of these teams need to make so that way they can even be considered here, again, that 22nd spot is kind of that dead zone right there that you want to at least hit so that way you could be qualified into that second bracket.
Yeah, there are a few teams that are competing today that they need a Hail Mary. So one of the teams that I'm looking at right now, CAA, they're currently in 38th place overall in the cumulative leaderboard. They have 960 points. And so they need a win. A win here gets them 1,500 points. That would put them at about 26, 27, which should get them into the top 22. But they need a win. That's the thing. Or maybe even a top 3. I don't know exactly what the math is because there are a lot of missing teams from the top 22 today that are not competing, unfortunately. So they need a Hail Mary. Other teams that are on the bubble, like we said, running late, currently in 33rd, they should be able to break into the top 22. But, of course, a win today would probably propel them into the top 12.
And looking at some of the teams that I'm excited to perform, Black Hand have been phenomenal. Very consistent top 3 team. That's one of the teams that I'm definitely looking out for to continue that on because they fell a little lackluster in the Challenger Circuit number 3. So now going to this final one, I'm expecting a big bang from this team.
Yeah, for Black Hand, they are currently at 1910. That's their overall points. 11th overall on the cumulative leaderboard. They are on that bubble, just in between. Just 1 position away or 2 positions away from having been dropped down into the lower bracket for the LCQ. So these are important matches for Black Hand as well. Here are the stakes, right? If you end up in the winner's bracket, you basically, have to just play 2 matches or 2 sets of matches. If you end up in the top 10 of the first lobby, then you go into the grand finals of the LCQ. But if you're in the lower bracket, you end up having to play at least 3 games. So that's what's super important here. Being able to conserve on your energy. We all know how difficult that the lower bracket run can be, and how every decision you have to you're questioning every single one. Every mistake that you make, you wonder if that's what knocked you out from the last chance qualifiers. So it's super important here that these teams secure a spot in the winners bracket, because it just leaves them with a lot more comfort and a lot less stress when it comes to decision making.
Talk about being burnt out for a lot of those games. It means a lot to a lot of these players, especially since a lot of these players have been figuring out the team comps that they feel most comfortable. But we're starting things off on World's Edge, as we have been since we run parallel to the Pro League. Again, it's the first 3 games on World's Edge, and then the final 3 games on Stormpoint. Yeah,
and we talk about the kind of like mental effect that has. Starting off on a map that's very more familiar to a lot of our players. We've competitively played on this map for 2 some odd years now. And we do have our first drop. So we do have Redeem going over to the Frag West. We have another team contesting over at Fragment East. So Redeem is going to have to try and fight for that beacon, it looks like, because I'm not really familiar with the squad that's over at Fragment East. I don't know what their rotation timings are like, but it looks like Oxy Aries actually goes all the way over towards that northwest side to pick up that beacon. And so we get our first look at the ring. I'm expecting this one to start pulling on over towards Landslide, maybe even towards Countdown.
Yeah, we have to see. We sometimes see it pull towards that north side of staging too. As you can see, Black Hands is already going to be able to loot up Big Mod, get those Big Mod guns to be important here. And then the team that we were talking about before, Tripods, who are going to be sharing some of that loot over by Lava City. They're already going to make their quick rotations here. And I like how Tripods have really adjusted to their landing too. They were contested at first, at the very beginning, by a team called Eclectic, and they were able to really overcome that team, and still they stuck to it. They were not going to let go of it. So with Black Hat right behind them, Tripods, they're gonna have to get moving quickly.
Yeah, and they wanted to fight over, I believe it was Big Mod, but they're just gonna take Lava City, which is still good. It just, I didn't see if there was a beacon spawn there, but down here by launch site, it does seem like there's a lot of teams involved. Might have had Sheesh just backing away from this one, about it maybe possibly getting into a fight with CAA. You have someone sign us inside launch right now, but they're just going to go ahead and back away. Jelly, the only one without an upgraded armor. They got the beacon scan as well, picking that one up. And so they should start moving. We're at that minute 30 mark, just before the ring starts closing, where a lot of teams start moving out and start rotating in. We're seeing a lot of focus in stark contrast to what we saw in the first season of Challenger Circuit, where it was an all-out brawl every single zone. Right now, a lot of teams are really honing in on the Pro League playstyle and playing a lot more conservative and a lot more zone-oriented.
And I feel like that really comes to the pressure that a lot of these players are facing, being the last Challenger Circuit. It kind of trickles into what we're talking about, that mentality. Not only for those longer games, but also the pressure that a lot of these teams are feeling. Sheesh also sharing some of the loot here off to the side, but looking fantastic with 2 purples, 1 blue on a prize. And so they're going to be able to loot up, and already they know where that circle is going to be pulling. They're right next door to it, so they're just going to rotate off to the side, take a much slower approach. They probably have the redeploy here and not get themselves into trouble where they're more prone to getting pinched.
And we do have Balloon or Valk rotate coming out right now. Redeem still in their spot over at Fragment West, and they are setting up. So the ring is pulling on over this way. You can see everyone is showing up. We've even got Wingman Season going over towards that beacon building. It's Alter Ego that have taken position inside this car on the train platform. A very strong position to play off of here. They've got to be careful and really have to keep their wits about them. Looks like we have our first fight, though. Tripods versus Black Hand. Black Hand have already gotten the knock onto Luda. Oh, boy, is this going to be a continuation of Challenger Circuit 2?
And that's why Tripods gave Big Mod over to Black Hand. Again, that's such a powerful team, and that beacon building that you currently see Alter Ego actually rotate through is going to be super important too. Another fight happening over to the side. He's Stunny making his rotation in. It's Redeem playing off the low ground. This is one of the teams that we highlighted earlier for teams to watch, and for a reason. This is one of the teams that have been popping off, and they're continuing to do so. Currently sitting in #1 right now too, so they're looking to try to play this safely. They want to hold on to that first place spot.
Ooh, Joey Blackout with the 30-30 repeater was able to get the knock onto Stunny. That's a big pickup there. We'll see if they can cap that banner, but it does look like they were able to drop down, pick up that banner at the very least. Maybe get out and get the res onto him, but they're kind of stuck here. Early rotating in, now you have to try and somehow find a rotate out to try and pick up that respawn. But Z Davis wants to finish them off. You can see we were talking about that, got a little bit of beef on Twitter here. He really wants to take him out. Zednim gets the knock back onto Oxy Aries though. That's the bubble down. It's gonna be down to a 2v2, but Zednim gets chunked by that PK. Another big shot onto Noko, but they do take out Zednim. Excuse me, Z Davis, and now Zednim clutches up. And Wingman Season survived. It was the 2v3, and unfortunately, the third party is here. Noko bleeding out on the ground, and Zednim needs to recover this banner and get the res.
It's like the script writes itself, Jamerson. I cannot make this up. Wingman Season coming out on top against a team like Redeem, who is sitting in overall first place. Alter Ego, now they're making their way over. They originally were in that beacon building, so a perfect positioning and timing for them to go in for the third party. They use up that dome relatively early, as there is another team on the other side of that one solo. Alter Ego, though, are looking to clean up. Hopefully that last player manages to get away without that triple take taking them out.
He bought enough time, but it looks like Min will be able to finish off Zednim there. So unfortunately, Wingman Season 2 go out. They do pick up more points overall than Redeem, though. You get that +3 at the very least. No placement points for either squad. But it's a slow race to first place, it looks like, overall for them.
That's our top 2 teams that have now been wiped out from the lobby. The first 2 teams to go out in this lobby. Look at all the death boxes here. This is like the championship graveyard, and Tripods are now trying to run away. We saw earlier in the kill feed that they were in a fight with Blackhand, who did manage to loot a big mod. So now having to play this as a duo, not too sure if they were able to obtain that banner.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a moment as we join on board with them. Still a lot of slow rotators here on the south side of the map right now. Deeds and Nick Mercs are just making their way into Lava Siphon. We'll find out in just a moment whether they've got it, but it looks like we do have pings down. A fight might be taking place just south of Landslide. They were not able to get Luda back into the game, unfortunately. But he's still there in spirit, and he's still there to try and help shot call throughout this. We'll see the 2-man of Deeds and Nick Mercs. They still have plenty of fragging power behind them.
Very good point. Luda is such a good IGL for this team. I believe he really is the one player to keep this team together with those calls. You can see Tripods are already making their slow rotate, but they have to be careful since they are going to be playing this as a duo. Blackhand have that information, though, but they didn't fully send it onto Tripods. And seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, it's going to be super important for Tripods to be able to obtain that next circle information, so that way they can plan their next move on where they want to situate themselves in that final circle.
I'm a little bit worried. I'm only seeing like one syringe in the hands of either Deeds and Nick Mercs, so hopefully they can make their way towards a replicator. I think that's what the plan is right now, moving over towards Tree to try to pick something up. They don't have too many credits, but we have to remember that the net med kits got buffed in the replicator, so they are cheaper, so you should be able to craft up a lot more. So we'll see if they can definitely do that. They will have the Valkyrie for the redeploy to get out of here as well. It's at 31% off, 30% off now. So they should be able to buy enough time here. It should be fine for them. Unless there's a team still here, unorganized. Oh no. It looked like they were trying to utilize the replicators themselves, and now Nick Mercs bleeding out. They were never able to hit up that replicator. You can see the first damage going across. Luck-based killer, he almost went down, but Nick Mercs will go down as Rowdy Life picks him up with that flatline, and now it's all up to 1. So Tripods about to go down here, and like, this is the ultimate caster's curse so far. 3 teams in our out of our 4 at this point on our teams to watch about to get knocked out.
I feel like we cursed this. This is just absolutely terrible. But it was unfortunate that they had to run into unorganized, a team playing so far outside the circle. I mean, it's the first circle. They're only taking that tick damage. But that's why it's so important to call out which replicator you want to be rotating towards. They just wanted to go long, especially since they were forced to play this as a duo. But now looking at where our teams are sitting in here, in the middle and north of Landslide, the middle of the map, you can see Ultra Ego. They have the dome. They're looking at the champion graveyard that we were noting before, just kind of cleaning up right afterwards. Again, this is a team that came in for the third party and came in at such a good time right behind Wingman Season, who just won their fight against Redeem.
Yeah, But it was still going to be an uphill struggle for Wingman Season to try and get back into this game because they went for center zone so early on. They fought for center zone, and at that point, how do you get out? Unless you have a mobile respawn beacon, you're not getting your players back on in. Gas Station Gaming, will they be able to get Rambo back up? They do have a beacon down there, but it's covered by a charge rifle, and that's one of the hardest things to try and contend with if you're trying to get your players back on in. We do have, it looked like, the Black Market Boutique going down, so we'll see if they can find one off of that.
Those Northern Forces here now looking at the Snowmen who are on the high ground. They have the portal if they want to reposition real quick, but they know that the Black Market's right below them. They saw the light shine right underneath them too, but they don't want to give up this position just yet because they don't have the information of where that next circle is going to pull. So they're in the safety of the building. They have some time to plan where they want to rotate, but they know that there is another team right behind them. A potential kidnap attempt here. Gas Station Gaming are not going to give it to them, and I'm crying for Gas Station Gaming's weapon loadout, specifically from Icy. I mean, the Mozambique, you got the charge rifle in your hand, and you're getting pinged from afar. I mean, you could get some of that damage going with that charge rifle, but it's looking a little tricky even with the Black Market being out and about.
We did see Icy actually getting a nice 3v1 or 1v3. I forget which tourney it was. It might have been USA. I don't know. Something I casted in the last couple of weeks where he got a nice 1v3 versus TDG. That's a girls team. It was such a sight to see.
With the Wingman or with the Mozambique?
With the Mozam. Off rip, 50-50. His team went down. He was left in a 1v3. But hold on, let's talk about this fight. Team Void right now. Blitz getting the first knock onto double O negative. Defensive bombardment down, but it looks like the bubble res came out and they were able to recover their squad. Blitzen will just go ahead and port his squad out of here. And they need to start rotating with 30 seconds before that zone finishes closing onto them. They find themselves in a safe spot inside the zone, just along the edges. Now they can utilize this car position to try and play gatekeeper against that squad that they got the knock on.
Love the nice off angle that they were able to take too, but being inside this cart means that you could have the chance of getting pinched by another squad trying to rotate by the edge of the circle right behind them here. So Void, they're just going to be able to keep their eyes out on both directions. You can see them. They know that there's another squad that are right behind them, just rotating away from that spot here too. But they're going to play this patiently. They already used up the portal, but they potentially have that redeploy if they need to really move away from here.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe an organized are rotating in. You can see there is a skyward dive being used inside the zone right now. Blitzen keeping an eye on that one. So he notes that there is a team to their south. They can still continue to play this position. As this ring starts pulling away, it looks like it's going towards that sniper post. Maybe that car that we saw the fighting take place early on for this final ring. Ring number 4 information, if a team can pick that up, will be absolutely huge.
See here, you see Void now trying to poke, but they don't want to actually fully commit here. They know that they're safe behind these crates, behind that truck. They see other teams right in front of them, so they don't want to give up this position. Not too far off from the edge of the circle, too, but having to put down some of this pressure to build up that damage for that red Evo shield that they want. Yeah,
Antes should be able to do it with that longbow. Plenty of shots in it as well, and there's just round 3, and there's in the game state right now. I mean, we still have 17 squads. We were talking about the pace of the games here in Challenger Circuit really slowing down compared to split 1, excuse me. I mean, typically by round 3 we would have about 10 squads left. So I love to see how the competition has gotten better over time, why it's so important to have this kind of Challenger Circuit available for our teams to get this kind of practice in. Now, Chatham is primed, find themselves not too far off from that squad, but looks like they're considering maybe just going for the skyward dive to get past here. Be advancing forward. We'll see. They do have nades to try and use for this fight if they want to push into that car, but it is going to be the skyward dive just to get past this position here. Fighting breaking out over at Fragment West, though, as we do have that skyward dive coming out from running late, double node negative, pushing up right now as they need to heal up. It looked like they took a lot of ring damage. Kuzme gets peeked, but he's on that Valk. He can go ahead and give them the slip as he takes up to the height, but double O negative gets caught out. It's going to be Jellycorn taking him out. Timmy showing up as well with that Wingman, stealing away one of those kills from someone Sinus. Now there's only one person left on running late.
Sheesh from afar pinging some of these players. Meanwhile, someone Sinus, though, they're popping off. They don't even have the same type of mobility that the other team here had when they had the Valk, they had the Ashe. Now you see someone Sinus here. They're able to come out on top with that fight, but they note that Sheesh is pinging them from afar. They don't want to get circle kept, so they were going to just inch their way from the low ground into that next circle without trying to overcommit and utilize too much. They also have a portal here that they could use too, just in case they want to reposition without having to actually use the redeploy.
We had another squad just going down right now. Northern Forces, another squad that we did not talk about, but they are, I believe, currently in 10th place in the overall leaderboard with 1,900 points. But it looks like someone Sinus might be making this push. Might be just the final player on that squad from running late right now. They're just going to push the Gibraltar. Who's going to get this kill? Is it going to be someone Sinus or is it going to be Sheesh? It will be Jelly securing that kill onto Light Star Joe. But now they commit themselves onto this side. Will Team Sheesh maybe try and push up on this?
I'm wondering, I mean, they're holding the choke point. They're up ahead. They have the best position right here, right in front of Black Hand, who's another team that they're going to have to get through here. So they're going to be able to rotate through the back here, and they know that Sheesh is right in front of them. Maybe trying to see what they could do with a redeploy. That would be very handy. They have the portal in hand, too, just in case they're in trouble after that redeploy.
Yeah, Team Sheesh are currently playing that choke that makes their way over towards Landslide. Multiple teams with Valkyries, though you can see why Valkyrie is so favored in the meta right now. Get past these choke points without really having to commit anything else other than that ultimate. We even have, looks like IRL currently playing the Northern choke as well. So both of them are held down, but that means Sheesh cannot be as open in how they want to engage in a lot of these fights. But we have multiple squads here, and Sheesh have a really strong high ground to fall back to when this circle ends up closing.
It's surprising to see how many teams are still caught on the other side here. You have CIMJ, you have Sheesh, you have Sinus, please. And or rather someone sign us, and you can see this is the middle building that we see a lot of these circles pull towards, a sniper tower, and Rolla Theory have claimed this spot first, and they have a Kraber in hand. With a maze being on the Loba, they can continuously get more loot with that black market, but they're getting pinged in every direction, Jamerson.
Yeah, this is just where you have to huddle up. You have to just not show yourself. Okay, a nice shot onto the IRL members there, but you're still getting tagged. You just have to back away into a corner right now, but they do have that Loba. That Loba is going to be incredibly important here as Timmy has gone down in this fight. They get him through the port though, but he's still burning out. It looks like a prize shows up to help them out. A dam going down. They ultimately get the knock and the kill on to Timmy. Will they be able to get will they be able to get him back into the game? It looks like, unfortunately, maybe Nicewig DC'd here. That would be very unfortunate as they're in such a strong position. A prize left to 1v1 up against an enemy Wraith now, falling back that Arc Star. It's going to force him back even further. Someone Sinus about to pick up a free kill, unfortunately, onto Nicewig.
A prize being the lone survivor. Oh, look, a random Gibby. He's like, we will absolutely take those. It's unfortunate for Sheesh, especially with the timing after they lost its Timmy. I also saw that grenade just shove its Timmy's knocked body off away from the teleporter where he really needed that port so that way he could get rezzed up by a prize. Someone Sinus now have taken up this same spot. They have a bit of cover that they could play off of, but still that sniper tower has them in their sights. It's Black Hand who manages to get ahead of not only Sheesh but someone Sinus, so they're playing off of the corner really well here. See, Black Hand now trying to contest that team that's on the high ground. Wondering here with this Caustic squad, one of the few Caustic, surprisingly, that we've seen from World's Edge, and it was IRL and a Rat. So that team's still on the high ground in the sniper tower. Has so many angles on the remaining teams that are left.
All right, big connects coming across Black Hand. That's going to force out their bubble from that defensive bombardment now. We'll see if they can go ahead and push out with this reset, and they get the one clip onto Lux and onto Key. Goat coming up huge, but Kruk with the Kobe is able to steal away at least one of the knocks there. Never mind, we'll see if they can punish off of this. HCH, our fourth squad to look at right now, still have utility in hand. They're kept at bay because of that sniper post team. Cannot push out on this, unfortunately, despite getting two knocks there. And so those kills will be getting away from them. HCH with another crack, just farming up damage right now. But it needs to go on over to Hill and towards Crook to get those red evos up.
Roll of 3 being on top of the sniper tower, being in the god spot is such a good position for them. HCH need to be careful because they are in their line of sight. You hear the black market being called out too. They have the phase breach here just in case Hill wants to take another angle, but this is a good spot for them to be in. This is the same exact spot actually that we saw in the Pro League from Imperial How. As a rat, he had to play by these rocks desperately with the team that was holding onto the sniper tower, and he still was able to wait it out and actually come in third place here. So you can see with Roll of Theory having the Pro League from Imperial How. As a rat, he had to play by these rocks desperately with the team that was holding onto the sniper tower, and he still was able to wait it out and actually come in third place here. So you can see with Roll of Theory having the supreme positioning and the natural cover of the black market, they're utilizing that ult so that way they can actually get out of the line of sight of so many of these other teams.
Blitzen currently ratting it out just on the other side of Crook. If he advances just a little bit forward, they may be able to get him, but you can see the kind of control right now. Roll of Theory has off the sniper post. You got the double tap coming out, and they're going to be able to get some free kills there. Alter Ego just on the edge of the zone here on the southwest side, finishing off Asuras. We're now down to 5 squads remaining. 1 rat, the only rat in this lobby. Now that's Blitzen, who I think might have been spotted out here, bubbled down from the side of HCH as they're trying to fight on over and play the bottom of that hill. You can see that forces back Alter Ego. Mitten getting cracked there. And so we've got Black Hand, we got Roll of Theory, we got HCH, and we got Blitzen still surviving underneath that tower.
Yeah, Void. That's going to be Team Void just trying to hold on for dear life here. You see Black Hand right on the other side. They call out Blitz. He's quite literally won. Spare him as Black Hand now get pinged by Alter Ego, actually saving Blitz in the process.
Blitzen, every team he out-survives at this point is an additional point, maybe 2, maybe 3. So he's coming up huge for his squad. He even has 1 kill to his name throughout all of this. Healing throughout this, as it looks like it might be his last cell coming in. So 150 HP, the dream. We'll see if he can survive. He is on that Wraith. He needs to pop that Q right now, but he doesn't have it. Has it now. Oh boy, 4 syringes. Medkit, thank goodness he has that. But how much longer can he survive for? The final circle about to start closing in. Everyone desperately looking for it, and Min gets
the missile
it!
swarm! The missile swarm! That should highlight how low Blitz really was. Quite literally won, and it looked like he was about to pop the medkit too. Oh man, what to see from his point of view there at Alter Ego. They managed to get that KP. They're going to be able to scoot up a little forward while Roll of Theory on the high ground, they're busy, but some teams are dropping down from the high ground, losing one at the same time, forcing out the dome. Alter Ego now know that there's only 1 left on the opposing squad.
How did they get sent like that? I've never seen a Gibraltar fly that far. But it looks like Alter Ego will be able to clean up a lot of this right now. We're down to 3 final squads remaining, but it's not going to be for long. HCH already losing out on 2. Hill, the only one up for HCH right now, is Alter Ego looking to finish things off. You can see they're just taking the time to reset here. Kind of gained their composure for this last fight. Bubble down and HCH have been finished off. You can see holding on to that position right now. He gets himself the flank because they ran right past him. Obsessed will reset now, and they are just fish in getting shot in the ball right now as Alter Ego dropping down. They lose out on Polar Bear, but they have traded away 2 for 1. And Min, he takes a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Alter Ego finish things off here in game number 1 for the win.
And a strong showing at that. What a game for Alter Ego. They popped off and they played off that last circle positioning so well because once again, Roll of Theory had the god spot there. Yeah, they were forced off of the sniper tower, but I don't know how they got sent flying like that, Jamerson. And we absolutely take those with that god spot being out of hand. You see Alter Ego, they were able to scoot in and take out Black Hand.
Yeah, I honestly, genuinely don't know. Maybe it was a big frag grenade or 2 or 3 to send that big boy flying. I mean, it was definitely the flying Hawaiian at that point, seeing that Gibraltar get yeeted off of that. But Alter Ego, that was a great win for them. We also have to note that, you know, some of our biggest hitters went down extremely early on. Tripods, Wingman Season, Redeemed, all down before even placement points started being accrued. So things are wide open here in Challenger Circuit 4 for anyone to try and walk away with the victory tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what more we got in hand here, especially with our heavy hitters going down first. But don't go anywhere. We still got game number 2 coming up soon, right after this break.
All right, welcome back, guys, to the ALGS Challenger Circuit. Here is the final weekend. It's the final weekend of play to secure a spot in the LCQ. A lot on the line for our teams. Trying to make it to the winner bracket, trying to make it to the lower bracket as well. So we'll see if they can get in. But in game number 1, a lot of our favorites went down early on. The only one that we named ended up in, what, 3rd place or 4th place overall, HCH, because of this fight here. Wingman Season taking on Redeemed for the first big fight of the game. We've got even Running Late, who are one of the teams currently on the bubble right now, but they should be securing themselves a spot in the LCQ going down there. Unfortunately, so many squads ended up kind of bottlenecking over on that Fragment side.
Yeah, surprisingly, Blackhand had gotten ahead of Sheesh, and they held such a good spot. Yatso, of course, doing the best thing that Yatso could do is survive. Asuras 2 coming in from the side, but getting contested by Alter Ego, who absolutely popped off. Not only were they not contested from that southern side of the zone, but we saw what happened to Rolla Theory, where they gave up the god spot, the sniper tower, where it looks like they were just flung off into the line of sight of the likes like Alter Ego.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, there was just such a great play coming out from Mitten, right, I believe. Or was it Obsessed who was holding that angle underneath Black Hand that entire time? They ran past them, thinking maybe it was just a 2v3 instead of taking account of everything that was going on. And so he just had a natural flank on them. They just gifted him that flank. So Alter Ego end up in 1st place right now overall with 25 points. They get that plus 12 along with 13 kills. That's huge for them. But Black Hand not to be outdone. 2nd place right now with 9 kills as well. And next is going to be HCH in 3rd. They didn't pick up too many kills, but they did get the placement points. And we know how being consistent and getting placement points can easily put you up top.
Especially with this team. I mean, we expect the best from this team. These 3 players are just absolutely talented in the game. And just seeing game number 1 not only go in favor of Alter Ego, but with 13 kills, this is such a good start for a team like Alter Ego after we saw our heavy hitters that we were highlighting at the start of the show go down so early in that first game.
Yeah, and this is a nice win for Alter Ego. They are currently in 19th overall in the cumulative leaderboard with 1,530 points. If they get the win today, or if they even place up extremely high, maybe in the top 5, they can find themselves in the top 12. Remember, the top 12 teams on the cumulative leaderboard will be securing a spot in the winner's bracket for the LCQ, and then the next following 10 teams will be going down into the lower bracket. So a lot to still play for here. Let's take a look at the second half. Wingman Season, despite going down in 19th, the +3 from the kill points, you can see why it's so important. What's them in 11th overall after game number 1?
Yeah, just to highlight, I believe it was Alter Ego who moved in for that 3rd party to clean up Wingman Season after they came out on top from that fight against Redeemed. So just the fact that Wingman Season was able to secure 3 KP is KP nonetheless, so we absolutely take those.
Yeah, and we have to note that, like, the position that Wingman Season and Redeemed were fighting over, these are 2 teams that are have a lot of experience when it comes to competitive. They know how to call these rings. They know how to play around these rings. They're trying to play slow side on the north, play off the car, and then slowly walk in. If that zone ended up pulling away towards that sniper post, they basically called the ring from that first zone, and it was just a fight for supremacy over that spot, which would have been a game-winning spot.
Yeah, so holding on to that truck in that type of circle is so smart too for a lot of these teams that are running Loba. When you are running the Loba, the goal is to have that final circle positioning and just play off of the black market, which is exactly what we saw Rolla Theory do. So sometimes you see a lot of teams just infiltrate that truck that we saw Wingman Season have that fight against Redeemed, and then utilize the black market without giving away too much of their positioning, because we saw how much pressure Rolla Theory was in when they were able to secure that high ground positioning at the start of the game.
Yeah, and typically it's not just that truck that you get, right, when you play that position. If you are a Loba team, you have so much more utility to use that you get to control the fence line to the west. You get to play a little bit off to the fence line to the east. You get to play a little bit to the west, controlling the people that are coming out from the northwest side of the map. And so there's a lot more ground that you take up when you actually play that card. It's a position that I remember when it was called out early on when we moved over to World's Edge when it first came out competitively. It was the decop spot. That's what everyone called it. Decop said, "Yeah, this spot's absolutely goated," and he was right. And it's remained to be true for 2 years now. So it's awesome to see that, like, you know, that's why the wealth of information that a lot of these players bring in is so important because it's 2 years of iteration on metas, and how to play. But positional play, it's still important overall, and that just becomes a fundamental. So right now, we're waiting for game number 2. We'll get that underway very shortly. 2 games left. When it comes to World's Edge, though, and this is a talking point that you and I, we go back and forth on, or back towards often, because we know that with the shift in the playstyle, with the shift in the maps, that teams have less time to try and adjust. So for a squad like Tripods, how are they going to deal with Black Hand on the southeast side of the map with only 2 games left to go?
Jamerson, you basically read my mind because just talking about the slow playstyle that we saw in that first game at the start of the game really highlighted the difference in playstyles that we see between these teams on World's Edge versus Stormpoint. You see a lot of these teams try to prioritize those quick rotations off the rip when it comes to Stormpoint. Here, you're seeing a lot more slower play, and I do think it has to not only deal with the pressure of this being the final challenger circuit, but you can see how a lot of these teams are trying to play safely within their own rotations, whether it be playing outside of the circle longer and rotating longer. But it looks like we still got the big mod contention. Oh, Black Hand, they're not giving this up, and neither is Tripods. Tripods are fighting for what is theirs.
This is complete ego at this point. Remember, they ended up dropping at Lava City in the last game. This time around, they said, no, we're taking this fight now. You took one of us out early on, and that ended up leading us running into another squad in the zone. That's not going to happen anymore. We are fighting for this right now. Black Hand, though, they do have the roof control. We've got another fight taking place. CAA facing off against Luck-Based Killer and his squad. Already 1 player going down in that fight. Black Hand, though, with absolute dominance over the rooftop, have forced down Tripods on the low. Might be looking to swing as a full 3 from one angle. But you can see Black Hand are on full alert for this fight. Last time around, when this contest happened, it kept going Black Hand's way. So Tripods, we'll see if they have a different plan here for this.
And it's not only just the ego check, too, and the great loot that Big Mod provides, but it's that beacon information that is so important for Tripods to play off of, and they know that Black Hand's trying to deny that from them. You see Luda trying to take an off angle here, but Black Hand have the high ground. They have the height advantage here, so they're in a really good position to just beam down Luda, especially seeing that Tripods, unfortunately, were not blessed with any better Evo shields here to play with. So Black Hand, they're going to be able to boot up some of their armor with some of this damage that they're putting down, but you can see they're just guarding this beacon right now.
Oh, they have to back away, though. Some damage coming across. Now they're starting to give up some position, but it looks like they're just trying to wait and see if they can maybe get a 3-2-1 spray down on 1 player. But you can see the patience coming out from either side. No one really trying to push. They know what's important, what's at stake here. Black Hand, because they were able to win out the last fight, you know, they ultimately ended, what, in 2nd place in game number 1. HCH, our 3rd or 4th place finishers, our 3rd place finisher from game number 1 might be knocked out very shortly here as well. It does look like Black Hand might have gotten some damage across, and now they want to look to get aggressive here, pushing up from the right hand side as they have been forced off the roof. But hey, that's nice for them. They're continuing to pick up some additional loot here, some cells, and some utility that Thermite could come in handy for them. Goat, unfortunately, doesn't have any to utilize here. 1 person playing on his ones on the right-hand side, peeking that door. He's got to be careful, as Goat will have that advantage in the door fight now. Pings out, says Goat will back away. It's a tense situation still here at Black Mod. Yasuo taking damage now, and they're pushing up, but Goat gets the first knock. Traded back by Luna, though. It's down to a 2v2, and Shubi is trying to secure this kill with that Eva 8. Yasuo pushes out to take out Nick Merckx, and now there's only 1 remaining, but the HP bars are low, and he needs to follow up on this damage dropping down. Luna gets the knock, and now he's left in a 1v1. Shubi does have his arm shield up, and it looks like he's going to try and stick this res right now. Luda's going to go for 1 of his own. He doesn't have much in the way of heals right now. He will try and stick it here, but he gets... Oh no, he gets taken out. It's going to be Black Hand ultimately winning out in this fight.
Oh, winnable. That's the entire thing that I had in my mind right there, Jamerson. I was sitting on the edge of my seat, especially with how long that fight went on for. We know that Asuras, they land in Geyser. They could have rotated in to try to third party after hearing all the chaos that lasted for that start of the game. Also got to see in the kill feed that Redeem was able to clean up some KP. And look at this. Sheesh, they're running away with 2 purples, 1 blue. They're already in the middle of their rotation. They saw a team right in front of them trying to take some shots, but they're taking picking up onto this high ground and not even knowing where this circle is going to be pulling, since we were just taking a look at that initial fight. I mean, it was just non-stop action off the rip, already with a different pace for this game number 2.
Yeah, Team Sheesh, with that control over at Lava Siphon, they get amazing armors every time around. Now they just need to convert. Hopefully we don't have a situation like we had in game number 1 where Nicewake ended up disconnecting, unfortunately. Here's our winners from game number 1, though. Alter Ego making their way now into Survey Camp. It looks like they want to go deeper, though. They do have that ring information for us. It's looking like it's starting to pull northern up towards the train tracks, and that is where they're pinging. They're going for that spot. I don't even see anyone there quite yet off of that Valkyrie passive. We have IRL playing off of Epicenter, playing off of Climatizer. And so far back northeast corner, that's where our squads are looking to play.
I love this position that they're taking, too, because this is usually the spot that we see teams like Energy actually take when we see these northern circles rotate upwards. So you can see Team Sheesh also making their rotation through Epicenter after utilizing that redeploy. They could take control over this bridge if they want to look to circle keep any of the other squads that are going to be rotating off of the side here, maybe passing Overlook or even passing through the southern side through Fragment East, leaving Geyser. So a really good spot for Team Sheesh to hold and be patient in, and they have the information on where this circle is going to be pulling. So this is going to be a full north circle over by Climatizer. So teams like IRL are in such a good spot right now.
You can see there are still teams late rotating out, many still outside of the next zone. Right now, though, 2 squads. It's Black Hand still over at Big Mod, just relishing their victory once again over Team Tripods right now, as Rowdy Life and company are just trying to get some additional loot down by Lava City. I believe they got into an early fight. They picked up a few kills there. And so if they find another fight here, I don't know. Black Hand, they didn't get much in the way of armor upgrades off of their fights, so this might be an opportunity for Rowdy Life and company to come in to try and clean them up. But here comes another rotate out now. Redeem making their way into Climatizer. They've got IRL above them. And this could be quite an isolated fight if they want to take it.
Yeah, so this whole Redeem is going to be playing off of this low ground too, but just like we haven't really been seeing much caustics coming out, even if we are on World's Edge, so Redeem with a quick rotation with the portal are just going to be able to infiltrate that real estate over by the other side of the low ground. And I like this play because it looks like the circle is going to be pulling more so through this side, leaving the Climatizer buildings, which is going to funnel all of these teams outside of these buildings into the line of sight of the likes of Alter Ego, who are waiting on the outskirt of that fence line where Redeem is by.
Yeah, thought process might be, you see that little compound just north of Z Davis right now? That fence line there. There are rings that can pull over towards that and pull over towards like the antenna that's just to the north as well. So they're playing off that, maybe try to get the early rotate, get the priority on the rotate for that one. HCH though, sitting on some beautiful armors, double gold along with that purple. They're creeping up. They might have heard something inside of the train tracks here. You can see it's full alert for them. It's Zednim. It's Wingman season on the other side of this one. Zednim, though, is on that raid. So if he makes contact, he can just press Q to get away. You can see he has his senses about him. He knows that someone's there.
Something's wrong here, and Zednim does not want to stick around to see what's going on here. Yeah, he's got the Q, but he's just going to be able to rotate off to the side here. They want to get ahead with this rotation, so that way they do not get circle kept. Already, teams are pinging them. Do you see the charge rifle coming out? Zednim understands that a lot of these teams have already made that rotation. That could be Alter Ego that's waiting for them on the other side of those train tracks, so you see the redeploy now coming out from Wingman season.
We'll see how far they can make it. We know that, that northeast spot is taken right now. We also know that the train tracks are taken right now. What is their play? They're going to try and stretch it all the way over towards Climatizer, and that's going to be very difficult. We know that there's at least 3, maybe 4 squads already in position there. They're taking some decent damage on their flight path as well. Asuras have spotted them out, taking some shots at them, but now they will be able to find a decent spot outside. It does look a little bit precarious, but you have plenty of cover to play off of, and so they will be safe for now. You can see Redeem peeking their head out, but they will not go chasing after this quite yet.
This is a really good spot right now for Wingman season. They want to actually portal closer. They don't want to find themselves pinched here, because the moment that another team on the outskirts send them forward here, oh, but you're rotating right into the line of sight of Redeem. I mean, again, this script just writes itself every single time these two teams run into each other.
Oh man, Zednim crawling out of panic to try and get back into his port. He will be able to make it back, and they are going to be forced to stay in that position. Too many teams in the area right now. Team Sheesh, though, playing off that bridge between Epicenter and Climatizer. Might have a squad next to them, but they can just continue to hold this bridge for the time being. They're going to want to get in a little bit further. You can see all the teams really starting to concentrate on that northeast side. We have about 6 squads there now. Team Sheesh might be joining them, but you know, they could also be just looking to maybe fight on the edges here. I think they should try to do that. They have the fragging power behind them. A Prize, Nicewig, and Timmy to take these fights.
Ooh, it looks like Nicewig may have DC'd again. I love how beforehand we saw him load in with the aim assist tag, and now he reloads in after the DC as just Nicewig. And it looks like just today is not the best day in terms of these DCs for Nicewig. It's unfortunate. Hopefully he manages to load in time right before that next circle appears, because you could expect a lot of these teams to start rotating away from Epi here.
This is really unfortunate, because for Team Sheesh, by just making it into the finals here, hold on just a moment, actually, Jamerson, as HCH find themselves in a fight. Big spray down with that R3, forcing out the bubble already. Going in, Hackula only hits for the 9, and 9 again. Don't know how much he got on that one, but he does end up ultimately taking out Quick Bacon. Northern Forces take out Hill here, and now Crook is the only one up. He gets that spray down, now he needs to buy some time. Playing off the knockdown shields here, he's got that gold armor! But big sprays out. Crook is trying to out-survive this, because it looks like they're getting shot from behind. He goes to the peek out, and he gets them down. 00 negative showing up with running late for the third party, though, cleaning up the players on the ground. Still getting chased down, running late with the third party, picking up 2 free kills.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely fantastic. The quick swap up after those first initial shots of the Massive didn't land into the R301. I mean, you love to see it playing off of that knockdown shield. He manages to get away, and now running late managed to come in for the third party, but miss out on that KP opportunity. They're also running the Loba, so they're going to be able to loot up quickly here. They don't have the information, though, of that next beacon, so maybe they do, and it's pretty far away. But I just love the way that they're just going to be able to loot up next to the death boxes, even though the black market is right there.
Yeah, I mean, they just pulled out a purple armor, an additional armor, and I swear it was off the death box. I'm just wasting a little bit of the charges on that black market boutique, but it's fine. You still have the death boxes there. Anyhow, it does look like Timmy and Team Sheesh end up getting into a fight. They are going for that push. Nicewig is here! Let's go! Pushing into the building now. They get the first knock onto Locks. It's going to be Snowmen losing out on 1. Timmy going to give chase on that enemy Wraith to chase him down. He's stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Team Sheesh with their full 3 up. Get the push onto this squad and take him out.
Love it, and now they've been able to infiltrate that building. They're going to rotate out as it's not inside of it, so that way they could reclaim the high ground since they were holding onto that bridge for so long. That's why we were talking about that bridge before. It's so important to be able to actually take control not only of the high ground here, but cut off the rotations of a lot of these southern zone squads that usually land there and make this rotation here. So Sheesh, they're in such a good spot. Nicewig is back. He's not DCing, and you see the portal now coming out from It's Timmy. He's looking for a good position, but maybe just the care package instead, holding the high ground and a power weapon. Let's see what it is.
Oh boy, doesn't look like he got much off of that one, unfortunately, but hey, they at least know. At the very least, they do have Black Hand actually coming in from the south hand side right now. Don't know if anyone's keeping an eye on it. They might get crept up on here, and I mean, we've seen Black Hand take out tripods. We'll see if they can take out Team Sheesh. There we go. As they push up, it looks like Timmy haven't spotted them out quite yet. He does actually note them moving into that building, or maybe he might have actually just missed them. The COD timing coming out here, Nicewig has pulled back though, so it does look like they do understand, but there's multiple squads in the area. Another squad down on the south side. They have to keep an eye on that. They're just going to go ahead and piece out of that one, and so this could be another open fight for Team Sheesh to try and take up against Black Hand.
Just to note too, HCH are still alive. Crook is still alive as a solo after that fight, so they are still in this game. He's just gonna have to play it off of the edge now as we see the redeploys in the line of sight of 3 different squads. Very scary situation, but they do manage to save the inside of the building.
Yeah, so Chatham is Prime, another squad that we should be talking about. Currently 6th overall, 2,300 points. So they have more than secured their spot in the top 12. They have a shot to try and maybe break into the top 3. We'll see. There is a notable absence of TPM, but they are well within the top 12. So I understand if maybe they took a break this weekend at the very least.
Just gotta sit back, watch all the action happen for you here, with maybe some gun swaps at the same time, but you wouldn't need it if you have the Diva with the turbo, which is exactly what it looks like in the hands of Slacking. Another redeploy coming out though. Team Full Blue, they're landing right on top of Zetnim though. They need some actual cover. Unorganized though, they get pinged on landing.
Oh man, it looks like maybe they used their bubble early on when they were trying to take off. Another knock coming out from Icy there. That missile swarm from Rambo. It's going to force them back, and now the bubble down, luckily from Luck-Based Killer. He's going to hit that Phoenix kit, and as soon as he does, he'll have to instantly hit that res just to get the animation, and he doesn't get it off in time, so it's going to be a slow res on to his Psycho, but it does seem like the action has slowed down around them just because so much action is breaking out here in Epicenter. Someone Sinus currently trying to get locks back on up. Gold bag res here as well. They're safe within this zone. As you can see, Alter Ego still playing off on the edge, I believe, from that north side, keeping an eye on everyone around them.
It's incredible to see where someone Sinus is right now in this little corner because of all the action happening upstairs right above them. We know that there's another squad right across from them. We had seen before Wingman Season had redeployed earlier on to actually take up this spot, and Redeem had been here the entire time, but Z Davis can't clean up without being in the line of sight of two other teams that may be IRL right above them, and then there's Wingman Season right across from them.
Oh boy, Team Sheesh now have an issue to deal with. There's a minute left to go, and there's still plenty of teams around in the area. Teams coming up from Epicenter, teams to their east as well. Timmy at least forces out a defensive bombardment by himself. That Spitfire putting in some work. Did he get the knock? No, they will get away, but that's one less team for them to worry about, and so they might not have to commit a skyward dive in for a rotation. They might be able to just walk up with this one for free. Right now, though, on the kill feed, Redeem along with Wingman Season. And come on, Nice Wig. What's going on, brother?
Oh man, and that was so unfortunate too, because someone, Sinus, actually had gotten a knock onto one of the members of Wingman Season there. So that was the initial way that fight actually had ended. So running late now, taking a nice off angle, have not been able to really lead this spot. They're in a good spot without getting contested, playing by the edge, and this is actually cleared up for them. So they're going to be able to see all the action happening at Climatizer without being directly involved. Just front row seats to the circus.
Yeah, the antenna, the last game circle, late game circle, that's what we're talking about here. The pull up out is running late, keeping an eye on it right now. The missile storm, look, they got some decent tags onto the players that ended up dropping down. 00 negative on his ones, controlling on the other post here. Defensive bombardment is going down. Ansi ends up picking up a few kills there, as we do have a fight breaking out inside of the shipping containers. Is obsessed, dropped down low. He is eating a lot of nades, a lot of explosions. Rolla Theory about to lose out one more. Wizzy trying his best to survive. Does get, it looks like, an armor swap off. Amaze needs an armor swap of his own. They're going to lose out on their Gibraltar, unfortunately, but they do get the armor swap pullouts at the very least to play off of. I don't know if maybe they can try and get that banner, get a mobile respawn beacon, and get him back on in. But as a two-man, he can still do a lot here. We'll see. He's running late. Drop down a black market boutique of their own. Blitzen picking up a lot of kills here. Remember, that was our rat that ended up, what, in 5th place last game? Now he is opening up huge for his squad.
Talk about some of the rats playing through these lobbies. It's tough out here, especially when it comes to these rotations. You can see Alter Ego, the team that won game number 1, have now gone down. And it was Rolla Theory who actually managed to roll right in there. But she's are in such a good position right here. Yeah, the circle isn't directly on top of them, but now they're looking at a lot of the teams that are going to be forced to funnel outside of this building like we were mentioning before. And it's going to be open range for them on top of that high ground. So there's seeing some of the fighting. Redeem, though, down 2. They go out completely as IRL, the team that we were talking about before, actually managed to help them out. Asuras, though, we highlighted the Caustics, and this is exactly why in these final circles, this Nox grenade, the Nox gas in general, is so incredibly lethal.
But do they have any ultimate excels for this? They want that Nox gas grenade for that last fight as well. There's the first one coming out, and we know how long it takes for that final ring to start closing up. So that one ultimate excel might be the difference maker for Team Asuras. You can see how close this fight is is going to be Team Sheesh. Because of all the fighting that took place inside Climatizer, we're able to push out a little bit earlier, get off of that rooftop, and now they have control over this fence line. They've even got black market boutiques, armor swaps everywhere coming down on top of them. This is huge. That basically gives them like an additional 500 HP to play off of. Take a look at all the extra purples they can armor swap off onto.
It's Christmas. It's Christmas coming early here for Sheesh, and they're living for it. You see some of these pings, though, from a prize. He's going to be able to land that on Flesh. He's just going to continue on the pressure. Good spot here for Sheesh. They gave up the high ground, and they rotated before any of the other squads even had the chance after clearing up this space, noting that it was available for them as free real estate. They see the fight happening right in front of them. They want to capitalize off of the opportunity to secure that KP, as Asuras are the team that are in this fight. They're hanging out to the dome, but no team could really push into them with this Caustic that they have in this lineup. So with these Caustic barrels, it's going to be difficult to actually find a little angle. But again, you're just hearing people drop left to right, bombardment right in front of them. You see Wiz actually just surviving off of the little ledge that there is for cover.
And it looks like the defensive bombardment did come up for Asuras there, jumping over the fence line. They will be able to finish off Wizzy there. And Asuras now have some fences to play off of, pushing up. We know we have Team Sheesh on the other side of these tanks as well, but Uriel ends up getting tagged from the outside as Asuras came up huge with some third parties here. Now in top 4. It's our final 4 squads, all full as well, as Rambo just got finished off. That's Gas Station Gaming going down in 5th place. Asuras now, they have mid control. They've got the barrels down. This is going to be huge. I don't believe there's any other caustics in this lobby.
This is fantastic here. You see Sheesh right in the middle of all the action, though. Kuzme playing off the side, running late, have been holding on to that rock for so long. Double negative, though, making the move on top of Sheesh alone now. They're trying to find the opportunity, is running late, have an opportunity. They blast them, though, with that massive running late, are playing off the fence side. They have the natural cover, knowing that there's no other team behind them.
And with that, Asuras are able to get a knock onto a prize. We'll see if they can get him back up. That was an Arc Star, so it might have been at range. Have they pushed up onto it? Blitzen helps things out. Nice Wig going down next to be Born, and it's only up to Timmy, I believe, on that Wraith. Might not have that Q. We'll see how much longer he can try and rat this one out, but he's in the middle of all the 3 teams here. Running late are now allowed to push up to this fence line 4 feet, playing off of this despite having all those armor swaps there. It was really unfortunate for them as Asuras now push up. They've got the barrels down, trying to go for the armor swaps. Big connect with that massive bubble out for the reset now for Team Asuras. And it looks like the gas is helping them control so much ground. There's a thermite in. Do they have a Nox gas grenade for this fight? Oh no, Nifty goes down first, and now OBH drops back, but V-Born is able to take him out. It looks like Void are finished off. It's the final fight, but running late have the man advantage now. Lightstar Joe taking his time, never mind, doesn't even heal. They're gonna secure the thirst on the ground first. That is the play. Pick up the extra 2 KP, and now secure the win. Running late win here in game number 2.
That's that positioning out of Climatizer, away from the chaos, and looking at all of it from afar while finding the timing to execute all this KP that they needed to clean up. Love to see it from running late. And also the highlight, this is another one of those Loba squads that we're seeing on World's Edge really come out on top without having to overextend for the loot with that black market.
Yeah, I saw in chat, someone was like, oh, is it all just Wraith, Valk, and Jibby? No. As you saw there in the late game, we had a lot of Lobas. We had some Caustics as well. I mean, the meta so far for this split, I feel like has been absolutely fantastic. Would love to see some love going towards Seer, Lifeline, and Watson. A lot of legends that we haven't seen in quite some time, but it is, I think, in a really healthy state right now. Really good win coming out there in game number 2. So that means we're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have one last match on World's Edge before we make the swap on over to Stormpoint. You're not going to want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break. boy, we had an action-packed game number 2. We had a roller coaster ride of emotions with Nicewig as well, with the constant DCs. I mean, it's really unfortunate to see, but Team Sheesh had a fairly decent performance, making it to the late game and being able to survive throughout all of that, despite all the DCs that were going on with Nicewig.
Yeah, you know, despite those DCs, they still managed to clean up some 3 kills too, so that's 3 KP alongside the placement points. But this was such a good highlight to kick off game number 2. The actual contention between Black Hand and Tripods. None of these teams are giving a Big Mod. I mean, I wouldn't either. Big Mod has amazing loot that you could rotate a Lava City, but we saw what happened at the end. It was Black Hand who came out on top after actually managing to get that res. HCH as well. Crook was forced to play this as a rat for so long because we know that the third party came in right after this fight.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate. Those massive shots were not good from the beginning at all, even at the end there. It just had to fall back, I believe, on the 301 to finish things off. Here's one of the Team Sheesh push. Just before this, by the way, Nicewig was DC'd. As soon as they got him back in, they went straight in for it as well. And they got rewarded for it. Asurus, though, I thought they might have had it with this late game, but they kind of just forgot about their back. Nifty Ames is the first one to go down. We're talking about how strong Caustics are, especially when there aren't other Caustics in the lobby.
Especially in those final circles, too. That's why it's so important to hold on to that Nox grenade like you were talking about at the end of that game. But running late, the team who manages to take game number 2 ends it with 9 KP. And Void, the team that we highlighted as the player that had to rat things out in game number 1, manages to take second place with 12 KP. So an amazing look from this team.
Yeah, Blitzen was coming up huge on the kill feed in the late game there. Asurus, though, ends up with the second place, or well, third overall, because Void ended up fragging out, but it's still a good look, and it's a decent spread. It's not anyone running away with the overall leaderboard quite yet for the day. I mean, 21, 19, 15, that spread is fairly low. Team Sheesh, though, doing a great job making it to 4th overall with the 3 kill points, giving them 8. And we talked about how they were able to take advantage of that position on top of Climatizer. Once they got there, they saw all the fighting that was taking place underneath them, and they used that timing to just go ahead and push in for the center of that last zone.
Much wondering here, just like what we had seen from Roller Theory in the first game, was that rotation too early with a lot of the fighting happening to their 6 of that final circle? They essentially found themselves pinched there, and it was a very troublesome situation to get out of, because then you had teams like running late who were playing the outskirts of that circle over by the northern side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how teams just rotated so early on, and this is one of the furthest zones. This is one of the most edge circumstances when it comes to pulls. So teams have to kind of be able to play around a pull like that and maybe adjust their timings, even if it's 5 seconds of moving out of your drop spot earlier. That 5 seconds could make a huge difference, especially when teams, you know, are still kind of getting used to having the callouts on their rotation timings. You know, not everyone's a TSM where it's like, oh, we have a skyhook zone, we need to move out at this time. Oh, we have this zone, we can move out at this time. You know, that's something that you have to learn, and I'm glad that, you know, we have this here at Challenger Circuit for teams to really be able to get that experience.
That end, we see the mix-up in compositions from the Pro League into the Challenger Circuit. We're seeing a lot of these Lobos in the late game, a lot of these Caustics. It's not just the Wraith and the Valk and the Gibby. Now looking over by the other side of the page, Chatham is Prime, a team that we haven't talked about too much, and we should, though, because they've been able to pop off throughout the rest of the Challenger Circuits. Kind of fell short in that game number 2, but like you mentioned before, Jamerson, it's incredibly close with a lot of these teams not really taking a hefty lead after these first 2 games.
Yeah, we don't talk about Chatham is Prime often because, I mean, again, we go back to how consistency is so important in Apex Legends. They're just a very consistent team. Every time they show up, they've made finals, I believe, what, 3 times, 4 times, and they get the points on the board. It's not the prettiest ways to get points on the board, but they get the points on the board. They've secured their spot. They're in top 6, surprisingly enough, and so they've just been silently successful across the Challenger Circuit.
Yeah, it's great that you worded it perfectly like that, because consistency is the key when you take a look at teams like Wingman Season. We saw what happened with Wingman Season, unfortunately falling in a much more lackluster placement in comparison to what we had seen in that first game. But, I mean, do you blame them? They were just caught in the middle of so much chaos in that final circle, and it's a tricky circle to rotate when it's pulling so far up north. I'm curious to see where this final circle on World's Edge is going to take us before we jump into Storm Point, where we see a lot of a mixed-up playstyle with a lot of our teams in comparison comparison to how they play on World's Edge.
Yeah, we've had 2 Northern Zones so far, and actually the last few times that I've casted World's Edge, it's been Northern Zones on World's Edge. So I've been pleasantly surprised in that regard, but of course, because I mentioned it and we already know how strong our caster curse is so far today, I'm definitely expecting a South one at this point, just to rub it into our faces. We'll see what the algorithm has for us, what the director has for us at this point, but here we go. Heading into World's Edge for the final time in the Challenger circuits. Let's join on board with our squads. Running Late was able to come up with a huge win for themselves. I mean, this was a squad in week number 2 I said we wanted to keep an eye on, and now they are starting to prove us right.
Yeah, this is a team that also in game number 1 got 15th with no KP, so they really needed to secure that W because in that first game, they only secured 1 point just off of placement alone. So now, jumping into game number 3, Running Late, they want to continue on this domination as we take a look at Tripods. Are we going to get the 50-50 again? Are we going to show the respect and land Lava City? We're going to have to see because Black Hand made that difficult for Tripods.
Here's the thing. For Tripods and for Black Hand, they're both well secured, right? They have made it into the LCQ. It's all about placements. It's about doing well enough that you get top 12. But I think ultimately, though, it's about securing this drop spot because this is a 50-50 that will continue into the LCQ if they meet up again.
I love it, and I'm here to live for it too because I love how both Tripods and Black Hand, they're not going to give up the spot. It has such great loot. It usually has a beacon, which it doesn't look like there's a beacon this time around, which means that there's probably a beacon over by Lava City, which means a lot of these other teams that are hearing this fighting are going to be able to secure that information, could have an opportunity to third party, but Black Hand don't want to make this fight less as long as it did in that last game in this early 50-50.
Luckily for them, though, this time around, the ring isn't pulling away from them, right? In game number 2, they were taking a fight on the south side of the map. The ring pulled all the way to the opposite edge on the northern side, but they're safe here in round number 1. So we haven't taken a look at the overall, what round number 2 looks like, but that means they have a lot more time to actually play with this one, and they're going to need it because in game number 2, it took like a whole 2 minutes before anyone got a knock.
Yeah, it was just skirmishing right to left. Black Hand have not given up this spot, which means that they've been denied loot. Meanwhile, Tripods was able to loot around Big Mod. They're even able to secure some crafting materials. So Black Hand actually playing this a lot more differently compared to what we had seen in that last game where they were very aggressive, holding onto the high ground, denying that beacon. Since there's no beacon this time around, Black Hand, they're okay with just sitting pretty inside of this building.
Yeah, with Goat sitting on that L-Star, I don't know if anyone's been able to really acquire the weapons that you really want to play off of here. Kind of unfortunate. Both teams looking to try and find an opening, fighting over doors, keeping position on right now. Nick Merckx notes that there's at least one player here. Luda on the low ground looking for an opening himself. This is all just mental gameplay. This is all about positioning.
I love the patience too. You can see each and one of these Tripods members are holding different angles on purpose to prevent any sort of flank from Black Hand, but this is the third party that I was worried about. That may be a Saurus who usually land over by Geyser. This time around, they want to capitalize. They heard the fighting in the last game. They're hearing some of the fighting happening now, so they're creeping up, and that is a Saurus. I also hear a redeploy coming in because, like you said, Jamerson, this circle is pulling in this direction. So while Black Hand and Tripods have this fight, other teams are making their quick rotation into this circle.
Now, there's an opportunity for Tripods to just back away from this one. I don't know if anyone dropped down to Lava City. There might still be an opening for them to actually go over there and loot up the rest of that. They got some decent weapons, decent loot off of it. They don't need to fight over it. They know a third party's coming in. The better part of Valor is just to back away. Now, we do have this fight taking place over at Lava Siphon right now. Blitzen already got the knock. I don't know if they got the thirst. They did. On to Timmy here. So Team Sheesh now going to be forced to just back away. You've got that Phoenix kit popping. Nice Wig will get that off, but they're going to have to leave their man Timmy behind. And it does look like Tripods did back away. Discretion is the better part of Valor here. And so they walk away with blue armors. They walk away with some decent loot, but now they have another team that they have to contend with. But looks like the flank might come in. Deed's actually backing away to join up with his squad. Luda taking some damage at that stairwell. Nick Merckx looking for that flank to try and drop down on that balcony.
So many teams have already taken up the real estate of this area. It's insane. Snowman being the team that redeployed here originally. You can see Locks with 52%. Getting pinged by that Thermite, though. The safety of the dome coming in clutch after that door has been bursted open by Tripods. They have to finish this fight quickly. They know Sora's on the other side. They know Blackhand is potentially still alive, making their way over to this fight. Frosty loses their shield, so Johnny just finding an angle, but they lose Frosty in the process. Down a man, it's Nick Merckx who manages to get that knock.
Oh, they're trying to secure the thirst onto Deeds, and they will. Will they answer back from the other side? It's a 2v2 Tripods versus the Snowmen right now. Luda needs some time to finish off that medkit, and he will. Now Nick Merckx is going to look for that opening. Doesn't get the spray that he quite wants, but he swaps on over to that alternator now. Luda might try his hand at pushing in. He is here at the stairwell to join up with his squad mate. Nick Merckx needs to hit up a bat himself. They do at least secure that banner, so there's another opportunity for them to just back away here. Nick Merckx, is he on his ones right now? Another team has shown up, and so the third party is there from Unorganized. They're trading back kills, though. Luck-based Killa has gone down. They do thirst off Ajani, so Tripods still alive. Good decision to just pull away. They can try and maybe get that res down by Dome.
And another redeploy too. There's 20 squads still alive in this lobby, Jamerson, and we have players dropping like flies. Tripods are out of there. They knew the third party was coming. They heard the redeploy. They're going to be able to get Deeds right back in, but I don't know how this is going to go with so many other teams in this area. There's still Blackhand to their south. Asuras. You see the Loba Black Market being called in. As you see, Nick Merckx is trying to take up the real estate inside of the building, trying to hold off any of the other perpetrators that want to push into the loot that they're trying to reserve for Deeds.
But yeah, Vicky, you mentioned it. The game state right now, 20 teams still alive. Because there are so many squads alive, no one wants to make that first mistake. No one wants to try and chase after a res, even though it looks like it's free, juicy KP. So it's going to be a free res for them. Tripods, actually, in terms of loot, already look better than they would started off with because of that 50-50. So it looks like they recovered well at this point. A lot of teams now showing up towards Lava City. We got Gas Station Gaming and have the bottom of that 5-story building just not too far off from where that third party took place before. They've got that Black Market Boutique down.
You also have to see how many of these teams are just poking from afar. Gas Station Gaming, one of our other teams that are very quick to rotate because they like to take that final circle positioning with this Loba comp. They're able to actually secure that building. A lot of the teams taking their time. Damn, just no health. Not too sure if he's lacking any syringes, but he looks like he's holding down that door hostage. He popped the med kit, and they're just going to back off. So many of these teams now caught in the rotation in the middle of Geyser with so much action already happening over by Lava City.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, right? We had 2 northern zones. I'm going to go ahead and call upon the caster's curse. We get that southern zone. It's great. Everything's working out. I mean, everything we've said so far, just absolutely scripted. Absolutely scripted.
I promise, we don't have the script right now. We do not see what's happening in front of us, but Black Hand is still over by Big Mod, and they have Blue Evo, so you know that they've been able to tack on some of that damage to some of these other squads, and not only this Blue Evo shield, they got the Volt in the hands of Goat.
That's going to be nice for God. I mean, we've been able to see. They've been able to take up the fights up against Nick Merckx in the squad. And so we know how strong it is when it comes to the close-range combat up against controller players when you need to be able to one-clip someone. So having a weapon like the Volt in the hands of Goat is going to be incredibly strong. A lot of teams showing up here. CIMJ, the other squad now over here at Big Mod as Black Hand starting to give away positioning, trying to find an opening here. They didn't get their early KPs from Tripods, and they're going to try and find it another way. We do have the port coming out from Goat, though. We'll see as he tries to go in. Is this going to be a kidnapped attempt? He's not spotting out one. A little bit late on that Gibraltar, unfortunately. Trying to bait them out, and that does make them overextend. But that's a gold armor on that Valkyrie, so it's going to be a quick reset for that player. So Black Hand not quite getting what they wanted, but I love the idea.
Yeah, I actually really like that attempt from Goat right there because it's a lot deeper than it just looks like Goat just trying to put down that portal. They are getting pinged from afar though, but with that and just the phase breach, you could see that they were able to get, or rather just the phase, you were able to see that they were able to get intel from any of the other squads that are still on that high ground spot of Big Mod because they don't have a Bloodhound. And since we are lacking Bloodhound in the meta right now, you don't have the intel that the scan provides when you are infiltrating these close quarter buildings or Big Mod in general. As you see Tripods waiting waiting on the outskirts, waiting to pounce, and the opportunity to come in for that third party. CIMJ, though, Akiro losing their shield, so does Charles at the same time. Black Hand now maybe making their way to actually contest.
Multiple squads in the area. Luda getting the thirst onto Black Hand. He didn't even get the knocks, he just wanted the thirst, and Tripods now are just holding it over them. I don't even think they get the kill credits, they just wanted the thirst at this point. So it is all about the message here, though. As Tripods peek out, though, they have to go back now as they get tagged up. Luda drop down low. Deeds hold the line, and he takes out Akiru. So they will finally get a kill point for themselves. Tripods coming back. And we saw, even, remember, in, what was it, week number 2, when they avoided the 50-50 in this fight, they made it to the late game. That was one of their best performances of that week. And so now we're seeing them starting to rally back.
They said, you know what, better late than never. Yeah, you know, the 50-50 wasn't exactly as we executed it at the very start, but it's okay. We still managed to get our revenge to scoop up the finisher in general, even cleaning up CIMJ in the process. Now we see HCH, they're still rocking the Cossack. We know what their game plan is running this composition when you taxi the two big boys over with Hakulo being on this Valk. They do have to be careful in this position because not only are they playing the edge of the circle here, they're taking a look over by the other side of Lava Siphon to make sure that they're not going to be contested over on the other side here. They don't want to get pinched as it's Void that has infiltrated the inside of this building, but they don't have a Cossack to waver off this other team that wants to push in.
And we'll see. The Nox Gas Grenade can be huge for them, but it looks like Void's starting to back away from this fight. They're gonna have to be careful because they're actually running into it's Timmy. We'll see if the rest of Team Sheesh pulls up onto this one, and they will slide right on in. Might have forced out a port. You can see that bubble's already gone down as well, and Void are about to be extremely vulnerable, getting pinched in between HCH and Team Sheesh. But Team Sheesh aren't going to overextend. They hear that other squad rolling up, HCH trying to chase after them, but the charge rifle shots onto Hakulo. Oh my goodness, he narrowly survives that.
What's crazy is that HCH knew that there was another team over by Lava Siphon. They were pinging it. They were looking in that direction. They weren't getting shot at just yet. And when Hakulo wanted to push in for that dirty, they get pinged by the charge rifle. So now they actually have to respect the inside of this building. They know that Sheesh, or they just know that there is a squad on the other side of that. They don't know exactly that it's Sheesh that's waiting for them to find that opportunity. So HCH are just trying to plan their next rotation so that way they're not caught off late. So the redeploy is going to come out, and they do have the Nox graded online for Hill.
Yeah, it's a far pull. You can see it continuing going over towards that Lava City side. Multiple teams underneath them. You can see so many Skyward dies being used as well, but they're going to get a lot more distance here. They even see bubbles and fighting taking place. This could be huge for them, but they're going to try and go in deeper, and they're not going to get involved in this one. Stunny going down to that defensive bombardment. We'll see if Zednim and Noko can get him back up, but there are multiple teams here. You can see Wizzy and Amaze showing up to try and secure that thirst at the very least. Void might try and chase after this, but now you can see Stunny getting thirsted off. They do at least secure the banner, but now they're getting gate kept on the other side on top of that hill. Noko taking so much damage, but he does get that bat off. Stays alive for now.
That's Ultra Ego and Roller Theory on the other side of Wingman Season. So difficult for Wingman Season to find a better angle playing underneath this bridge because there's so many other angles that they can get pinged from both these teams, or even trying to contest another squad that's on the other side of this bridge here. So you see Noko manages to heal up. They have the portal, so that way they can rotate without revealing too much here. Just trying to loot up Stunny's items. Maybe they have this banner, so maybe they can actually get to a beacon safely, but they know that there's that squad that's right on top of them, so they're trying not to make so much noise, and it is Roller Theory who are on the high ground. They also have the Loba, so they can just scoop up Stunny's items if they really want to with that black market.
IRL in a fight right now. Alter Ego have already lost out on one. Mitten, MVP from game number 1, is down now. Don't know if they're going to be able to get him up. They need to do it soon. The ring's about to close in. We got 15 seconds. Lost out on one. Mitten, MVP from game number 1, is down now. Don't know if they're going to be able to get him up. They need to do it soon. The ring's about to close in. We got 15 seconds left to go, but IRL have barrels everywhere. They just kind of have to give this one up. They have to back away. As you can see, IRL have plenty of heals to play off of this now. You do have that Wraith going in to try and secure this banner at the very least, but Ivan's going to drop down to try and deny it. They've been able to back away the Nox gas grenade being used by Leda there, as they've been now forced down onto the low ground. 40 seconds, the zone is closing in. Mitten gets thirsted down, and now they are stuck below IRL. Luckily for them, though, the zone pressure might alleviate the pressure coming out from IRL as they themselves have to rotate out. There we go. It's going to be the skyward dive coming out from them. But where can they land? They're taking so much damage from the ring.
Oh, and at this point too, Jamerson, we already know how many teams have made their way over to Lava City early. So this is a pretty risky 50-50 that IRL are taking. They're just going to heal up, utilize this hilltop here before they have to return back to the ground. They have only a few seconds left, but look at this information. They know there's a team right underneath them, and they're fully sending it with the dome.
Early bubble out here, barrels down as well, right on top of them. They're taking away, they're burning away now. Ivan peeking from the left-hand side. It looks like it's going to be a counter caustic here as Leda is the first one to go down. HCH turn around on them amazingly quickly, but the third party from the lava siphon side is going to punish HCH. So they ultimately end up just getting grieved. Unfortunately, Hill was not able to recover any banners. Crook is still bleeding out. HCH had such a beautiful position, but now it's all gone.
And they jumped into Wingman Season's arms. I saw that Noko cleaning up some of the HCH there. They thought that they were safe to jump underneath the bridge, but we were highlighting it before. Wingman Season playing this as a duo had to play off of this positioning because of the other team that's playing right below them.
Oh, Cobra from CAA getting shot out of the sky. Added goes down as well. Amaze with some great charge rifle shots here. He's got plenty in the back pocket too. He's only less than 300 damage off. Wingman Season now receiving a lot of focus here from Rolla Theory, trying to finish them off. These shots from the charge rifle not quite connecting yet, but it's allowing them to keep them at bay as Wizzy pushes across the bridge to try and find an angle. He has a little plateau that he can play off of, but you can see how tentative he is about it because another full squad is up there. We do have a fight here. Sheesh versus Locks and them. Nicewig has gone down. Timmy has fallen next, but a prize once again comes up huge for his squad, keeping him in. Someone sign us knocked out, and now the third party, Yasto is still alive. Does he cancel out the res? No, they were able to get it off. So it is a 1v2, low HP bars, but Yasto is getting some big shots in. Nicewig will secure that final kill. Onto Yasto, get him down, and Sheesh, stay alive. Zone's closing in. They need to run and heal.
They don't have time to breathe. Because of that, they wasted some of the time to actually heal up here, but they're just going to creep their way slowly into that circle. I'm more worried about the team that's holding onto the high ground of the building that you see right below Rolla Theory. The bombardment getting called in as well. They're on top of the building to see what's happening. Meanwhile, Tripods leaving Big Mud, seeing Asoras who are still hanging out on the outskirts of the fence line. Deed's taking a lot of damage, but with the dome being called in early by Asoras, Tripods could push in.
They got the first knock as well onto Uriel here. They got to be careful though. The zone, defensive bombardment down. The Q out from Luda just to get into the zone. Blitzen and Void looking to gatekeep from that north side. It looks like Tripods find a moment to heal up. They've got the fence line to play off of. The defensive bombardment cutting things off here as we have Zednim coming up on the kill feed now. Nick Merckx has gone down. Slacking, picking that one up. Deeds though with the defensive bombardment to slow down the rest of this push. Maybe he has a chance to try and get Nick Merckx back up. He does not have his bubble quite yet as Slacking has used his now as Deeds just holding on. Chad in his prime looking for this opportunity. They've got the 2v3 right now. Slowly the opportunity might be running away for them. Here's the peek out from Slacking, forcing out that bubble, pushing forward into that bubble is Slacking here as he's just going to go ahead and secure that thirst onto Nick Merckx, get the armor swap as well. So they're happy with that because now they need to focus on their rotate. 40 seconds left and they need to find a way in. Mini Eggshell is still in on that north side of Lava City, so they can try to fight for it. And look, take a look. It's a duo of the Wingman Season there, so that might be the play for them.
I can't believe they're still alive. They had to go from the low ground into the high ground while also Roller Theory was on top of them, and then they made their way across the bridge into the edge here while we had 2 fights going down between Tripods and Asuras. Then you had Chatamis Prime, who had the best setup with the 2 portals setup and the dome, and now Wingman Season have the high ground. They could actually come in for a flanking opportunity now that the dome's been used up. Zedman gets the crack already.
Ooh, a prize has gone down as well. Luck-based Killer picking that one up, but Zednev is just going to go ahead and full send onto this one. Noko showing up a little bit too late, and they will go down. Wingman Season out in 8th place. Nice swig also on the kill feed going down. We'll see if the rest of the squad can maybe pull up. Timmy now the only one up for that squad. He's going to be forced to rat this one again, but he has a decent spot on the outside of this building. He's been spotted out, unfortunately. Holds on to that Q for now as he needs to heal up. Oh no, he gets peeked, but luckily for him, the team to the north helps put out some damage onto that Valkyrie, and Timmy is just ego peeking, keeping them at bay by himself now, getting time to hit up the bat. The missile swarm does tag onto him. Now he's going to be forced to heal once again, but he's got plenty to work with. A lot of kills going down, though, as we saw Ants picking some up here. Timmy securing some extra loot. He should be able to... Oh, no, he has to back away. The bubble's gone down. Rambo will finish him off.
Oh, Gas Station Gaming coming in to scoop things up. They had the dome, too, to protect themselves from unorganized who have held onto this high ground since the first circle. And we were seeing the initial fights and the flights of a lot of these redeploys coming in the early game. Unorganized, though, not only looking fantastic in terms of KP, but in terms of loot, too. And it's not wasted with the black market being right next to them.
Yeah, and so many death boxes here. I mean, like you said, we saw the early fights taking place over here. No tripods, avoided the fight that ended up taking place over here. Unorganized came in for the third party there. And so they have been sitting absolutely pretty. Plenty of bats. They have extra throwables for this final zone. But this is going to be the difficult one. We have 2, 3, 4 teams stacked up on top of each other on these buildings right now. But take a look at Chatamis Prime. They're in such a beautiful spot for the gatekeep. We do have the Valkyrie redeploy being used, and now they need to make sure that they don't get dropped on, but they haven't spotted them quite yet. Ping's down on the likely position where that team will drop down, and so they are starting to regroup to maybe check for that. But you can see how cautiously they're playing around that Valk dive, and that's just a beautiful job coming out from Chatamis Prime. You do have the defensive bombardment going down. Bubble was used preemptively, though, on that drop down. It is Gas Station Gaming. Rambo should not be peeking out as he is 1 HP. He needs to heal up. They don't have a bubble. Chatamis Prime now forcing the issue. Icy is the first one to go down, and just like that, Gas Station Gaming get absolutely punished on that skyward dive.
I mean, you land right on top of the eggshell. You're in the line of sight of so many teams that know where you are. Redeem playing off of the outskirts of that dome, though. The bombardment getting that knock here, too. Running late vibes out here. As you could see, they played by the edge in that game number 2. We're getting basically the same type of gameplay from Chatamis Prime, inching their way into that final circle. Northern Forces, it's only proficiency here, and he's low. He's 1. He can't get the shield swap. It's Redeem that managed to clean things up.
It's a 3v3, but Redeem are fighting at a disadvantage by about 100 HP. Z Davis make that 25 more here as they just go ahead and full send into the bubble. Joey Black and Noxy Aries get that first knock, but it is traded back, and now it's a 2v1. Redeem coming up with their first win of the day here in game number 3.
And the last game as well on World's Edge, a great way for Redeem to skyrocket themselves in the overall leaderboards before we dive into Storm Point.
Yeah, that's right. We had that stumble in game number 1 where they had that early fight up against Wingman Season, but a win like that is going to help them out immensely. We've had 3 separate winners across these 3 games so far, so the leaderboard is going to be extremely close. That was a great game, and that was a great way to finish off World's Edge.
Yeah, and also, there were so many teams still alive in that final circle. It was really until the second to last circle where it was closing in on top of those buildings where we saw a lot of these players just funneled out in the outskirts into the line of sight of a lot of the other teams that held onto the high ground. What a great way for Redeem to take that dub.
Yeah, and we've been waiting for Redeem to finally strike back, and they get it there in game number 3, just before the swap on over to Storm Point. That's right, that means we have hit our halftime. When we get back, we'll be swapping off to Storm Point for the final 3 games of the day, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series final weekend for the Challenger Circuit. Now, just before the break in game number 3, Redeemed were able to take the win. We also saw some great fighting out there, especially from Team Sheesh, who have been plagued by disconnects all day, unfortunately. A lot of fighting, though, ended up taking place over here at Big Mod, Vicky.
Yeah, there was some beef to be had here. Tripod scooped in. They still got the revenge on Blackhand. They still were able to find a third party. It was on CIMJ. And then the redeploys that we had seen coming in, whether it be early to take on those final buildings or these later rotations where they are delaying the inevitable landing on top of these hilltops just to heal up and just jump on top of these other teams. Blackhand here, we saw Yatso as the only solo for Blackhand put in a lot of work to delay Sheesh from healing when they made their rotation into that next circle.
Oh, Timmy there with that wind up on the Q. If he could have gotten enough, maybe he survives a little bit longer, because you can see just afterward, they end up going down. Now those are the final 3v3. Redeem just got some great damage off on the initial get-go here. Bubble out, early heal up, everything. Great win, but ultimately, Chadamus Prime had so many more kills, 9 over the 4 that Redeem had, that they end up in first place in game number 3.
Love it. You see Redeem coming in as well, just being able to clean up some of that KP. Unorganized coming in right afterwards, actually. Was surprised. I thought it was Northern Forces, actually, that was right behind him with that third place, but no, actually. Even though they secured that 3 KP, you see Unorganized right on top of them with 8 KP. And, you know, something to note between all these last 3 games is the lobbies have been pretty even in terms of kills. Yeah, we've been seeing some pretty big games, whether it be Alter Ego, who won that first game with 13 kills, or even game number 2 with Running Late taking 9 of those kills. Overall, it's been distributed pretty easily.
Yeah, what's important here is that you're averaging above like 5 or 6 points per game. That's keeping you in the running. With 3 games left to go, as long as you're hitting that kind of average, you're going to be fine. So teams like Sheesh, Tripods, they're doing a decent job right now coming back into this. We have 3 games left to go. Let's take a look at the other half of the leaderboard. You can see only someone signed us in CAA, not able to put up points in that last game. But you can see all the fighting taking place. I mean, there's been so much action. Even though it doesn't look like it, even though maybe, you know, the squads remaining doesn't tell the full story, there still is a lot of fighting here in the early game. Now let's take a look at the overall leaderboard for the day before we head into the second half. Currently, we have Team Void in first place with 33 points. Alter Ego in second with 30, and Redeem now off that win propel themselves into third place, tied with Running Late. They should have the tiebreaker win, I believe. I don't know, we'll find out later on. Doesn't matter, we still have 30 games left to go, but it is extremely close here in our top 10.
And you talk about consistency. Void has been one of those teams for today. Yeah, they got 4th place in that game number 3, but they secured 3 KP. We saw them getting second with 12 kills in game number 2. And then we saw them as a solo manage to get those placement points that they needed in game 1. And you can see, even with those placement points, where they're sitting on top of Alter Ego, the team that won game number 1 with those 13 kills that we highlighted.
Yeah, now it's about trying to see the other half of the leaderboard. I mean, Team Sheesh, they have been able to just weather all of these disconnects and still find themselves in 8th place. So that's great to see, at the very least, maintaining that 6-point average that we were talking about, trying to keep up pace with everyone else. They're only at, what, a 15-point disadvantage to Team Void. So one good game can really put them up there in the top 3 as well. I mean, Team Sheesh is a squad that it's really unfortunate that they're being plagued by this, but at least they're keeping their head in the game. They're making the best of the situation. So let's take a look at the second half of our overall leaderboard to see where the rest of the teams stand currently. And you can see Northern Forces there in 11th place currently with 15. It is an extremely close race between all of our teams right now.
Yeah, look at Wingman season. That was a team that I was looking out for because they were struggling a little bit. Even before that last game that we saw them, yeah, they secured 3 KP, but they fell a little short in terms of placement. I believe they finished in 8th place there. So before that game alone, they were sitting overall in 17th place. So at least moving up a few spots here. They definitely need to pop off on Storm Point to maintain that consistency that we had seen before in the other Challenger circuits.
And we kind of have to note also as well, like, why Wingman season weren't able to get even a better performance. I mean, this was a good performance in game number 3, I would say, especially as a duo. But you have to note that there is a respawn beacon, right, inside of Mini Dome, basically where this ends up. But that was used early on by tripods, and because tripods use it, Wingman Season weren't able to get their third, and there's like this huge domino effect in these games that we have to really keep an eye on. And imagine if Wingman Season were able to get their third back into the game. That was the game-winning position basically, and they had it there the entire time, but they just were not able to get their third back up.
It's just difficult when you're also having to try to match against teams like Redeem, who have been really consistent. And now we jump into Stormpoint, where teams like Wingman Season couldn't really keep up in World's Edge. So now they have to make this turnaround going into Stormpoint, where we see a different playstyle and different compositions from the rest of our squads.
But I mean, Wingman Season, I think really, even though they remain consistent on World's Edge, it seems like they do something completely different. I don't know what it is. They talked about it, Stunny, and his map calling, his macro calling when it comes down to late games here on Stormpoint. That could be the difference maker here. We know how big they can show up on Stormpoint. This might be the half that they need, especially with how spread out the points were in our first 3 games. There is definitely a world where they can rally back with 2 good finishes and still maybe even get first place today.
And I love it. I love that Stormpoint brings that for our teams. You see different compositions, you see different approaches for some of these teams, and you could see which of these teams feel more comfortable depending on what split of the map we are playing on too. So you see Void, one of the more consistent teams for tonight, are now making their moves on the Loba. Blitz was that player that we highlighted playing as a rat in the first game and successfully landing themselves with some good amount of placement points to play off of. So Void are playing this very comfortably, very confidently. You could see them picking up that blue Evo. They are rocking that RE, it looks like, over by the other side. And Alter Ego actually in an early fight themselves. Another 50-50 actually coming out here on Stormpoint.
Oh boy, I mean, that's the big question, right? Whenever we have our map 1 on a map, who's going to be dropping on whom? As everyone not quite as familiar with, with some of these open teams, like where do they come from? Where do they drop? That's always a big question, but it looks like they will go ahead and avoid that fight. Northern Forces have the armor advantage. They've got the purple, they've got the blue, with what looked like only just whites on the other side. So backing away is the absolute right call here. The ring is pulling down to the southeast side of the map, so you need to start moving a little bit earlier, and especially when you need to pick up additional loot.
What's great here for Northern Forces, though, at least in this position, is they could obtain the beacon information, being that the beacon is right next to one of their teammates there, and deny that beacon information from teams like Ultra Ego that is holding the other side there. As Void are going to continue to loot, wasting no time. They already pick up a purple Evo shield, and they're making their rotation already into that final circle where they predict it's going to pull towards.
Yeah, they're already going down to launch pad, and with the way that they're moving, you got to expect, I don't know if we've taken a look at the ring quite yet, that this one ends up down at Fish Farms. With the way that they're moving, 1:30 before the zone starts even closing, and they're still looting and booting. They don't have pings down on a building that they want to take quite yet. On the north side of the map, though, we still have a lot of fighting, it looks like, as we do have currently IRL getting gate kept on top of that hill. You can see Psycho and them just forcing them back. Ivan's going to check that back just in case anyone else comes up. We know how populated the north side of the map can be. We have the Gibraltar just piecing out with that Trident, as they're having some difficulty. I don't know if they've got an actual driver's license for that thing, but it looks like ultimately they will be able to make it out of there, and IRL instantly move in.
I was genuinely confused because at first it didn't look like a Trident from my point of view. It looked like they were putting the dome on top of a Valkyrie head before redeploying. I'm like, wait, that's not possible. And then it was just a Trident rolling away. And now we do get to see where the circle's pulling, and it's pulling all the way to the south. We may have exited World's Edge, but now on Stormpoint, we do see some of those southern circles a lot. And you can already see so many of the teams that are in the middle of their rotation. That launchpad beacon is going to get highly contested soon. I'm wondering if teams are going to be trying to rotate through the southern side. I can see the likes of Blocks and Jelly actually opting to play by the edge, maybe playing next to that Trident right there too.
Yeah, and you can see the pileup that's happening though on the northeast side right now is, there we go. Thank you so much, production, because it was quite loud there. Right now, Redeem racing against that Trident to make it across at this point. No, never mind. That's another Skyward Dive being used. Everyone just moves so fast, and they are getting a clear path. That's a nice thing about this map, is that if you go like north to south, you get so much distance on a Skyward Dive. They almost covered the entire map.
It's beautiful, and that's when you have to make your decision, even if you're in the middle of those rotations, whether you want to utilize that redeploy or not. You see Roller Theory do have that squad in their sights. They're trying to ping the building, maybe get there before that other team does, so that way they're not out in the open. Then there's another fight happening over by the southern side, close to Fish Farms here. Jet actually has that gold Evo shield, just trying to heal up, but gets beamed from the side. It's someone's Sinus here who are playing off the low ground, trying to find an opportunity, but it looks like there's a third party off to the left, so maybe someone's Sinus doesn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, Gas Station Gaming stuck inside the buildings right now, looking for the reset as someone's Sinus just wrapping around to try and find a building. I don't think they're going for the chase, but they don't get a free building here. Another squad has shown up at Gale Station. That's going to be Sheesh pushing in now. HCH on the other side of this fight as Timmy is the first one to fall. Crook backing away from that Arc Star. He's getting chased down, hit for flesh. He's going to stay up as Redeem coming in for the third party on this fight. We'll see, though. A lot of teams in this area. It's absolute mayhem. The smoke's out from Z Davis as Sheesh now looking to try and recover Timmy if they get the opportunity. They should have the bubble very shortly up here for Nicewig. Now with that door open, they might be able to get him in, but unfortunately, not having the timing. If they throw down that bubble, it's going to signal to everyone that, hey, you need to come. Timmy is giving his body for the team. Take a look at that, just covering that door.
Oh, no.
But they'll go ahead and bubble out. HCH secure that thirst.
They had to watch the massacre happen before their eyes without being able to do anything about it because of that dome. Unfortunate, but Sheesh need to think, and they need to think fast because there's a team right underneath them. Like you highlighted, there's like 4 squads in this area alone. Even if Sheesh exit this building, they're going to be in the line of sight of the other team that's holding onto the other building. So they're trying to cover these different off angles. Maybe they could try to find a way to take Timmy's banner, but it's going to be so difficult, and so much action's been going down so early in the first game of Stormpoint that none of these squads have gone down, but we're seeing some of these players drop like flies.
Yeah, Timmy, I don't know if they're going to be able to get him back up. You saw him out in the open there, doors griefed. If they have to commit a bubble just to secure it, teams are going to know they can bounce on them. It's a 2-man, they'll have them at advantage, and we've seen the aggression despite the teams that are here. Now, there might be a mobile respawn beacon available to them. The snowmen have shown up here as well. IRL lost out on one. The bubble res to try and get Leda back into this one, and it looks like he will successfully get back up. Fortunately for them, though, no gold armor, and so he needs all the time to heal up, and Locks now go down, and just like that, the snowmen are knocked out. Wingman Season showing up for another fight. They get the knock onto Relay. IRL on the back foot as they're chasing down this last Gibraltar here, and he's got nowhere to hide. Wingman Season. Oh man, what did we say? Something about Stormpoint just reignites them.
They're right back at home where they feel like they're at home here. They also cleaned up HCH there, so cleaning up so much KP in this building alone. They're always so on point with the timing to go in for these third parties. And on top of all that, they have the information on where the circle is going to be pulling, so they feel safe here inside of this building. They know more squads are inevitably going to be rotating in this direction while they do manage to loot up, but they're comfortable here. They have the bombardment. You can see Stunny's about to get that redeploy in case they want to rotate deeper into that next circle. Wingman Season still have not let loose of the brakes, though. They're still going. They're still pinging. Zendem managing to land so many of those shots. I mean, I'm not surprised. Zendem's always putting down so much of that damage part of this trio.
We have to remember that the shot calling, the zone calling coming out from Stunny has been absolutely immaculate. He's basically 100 for 100 in terms of calling here on Stormpoint. And so if it's coming down towards Gale Station, I gotta believe him. I'm not as familiar with the ring pulls when it comes to Gale Station, but I will 100% put my faith in Stunny from what we've seen so far in terms of the zone calls for Wingman Season.
See Tripods in their rotation actually trying to take cover over this little bush. They know that there's another squad that had them in their sights from afar here, so they're just going to take their times. You talk about calling where these final circles are. It can be tricky if you don't have that beacon information like Tripods do, because they're just playing by the edge, but they don't know exactly if it's going to pull to their left or to their right. Meanwhile, Chatamis Prime is another team that could have them in their sights if they just poke a little bit further away from that building.
Yeah, a lot of the funneling now happening over here on the northern side, which is what we expect when it comes to Storm Point. We have so many other teams that end up dropping on the north side of the map that's the kind of natural funnel that usually takes place when you get to Southern Pole like this. Chatham is prime. They've got the tools to go for that gatekeep novice with the charge rifle. Plenty of shots as well. He's got that 4.8, the perfect tools to do it. And they are just on the edge. We'll see, though, if any other teams move in. We did see a lot of Valkyries just being able to redeploy past. Now we do have Asuras getting pushed. It looks like actually CAA getting pushed, losing out on one. They do have their bubble down, and it's the fast rest onto Incrid. But as soon as that bubble goes away, you can see Cobra getting focused down now, and CAA are on the verge of getting knocked out.
Oh, a nice little ledge, though, that Added is on top of here, avoiding the bombardment on top of it all. I mean, we absolutely take those, just utilizing that egg building like an umbrella. Running late, though, holding onto the high ground, playing king of the hill here with this 30-30 in the hands of Lights. He's finding some of these shots. He gets that dirty, too. And the triple take in the hands of another one of their teammates, so they have long distance for days here as they can continue on the pressure in these different angles on the high ground.
Yeah, I believe that's at least one secured kill for Running Late off of CAA. We'll see if they can finish off the last member here. Running Late, and you've got the Black Market Boutique in a beautiful spot to be able to just get that loot for free as well, which is loot that is typically in a really bad spot for anyone to try and get. You have to use like a bubble or something to secure that, but hey, the Black Market Boutique makes it absolutely free for you. Alter Ego, though, now moving down basically that same area. They're not too far off from where we saw the fighting taking place just beforehand, but they're not going to want to run into that squad who do have the purples ready.
Looks like Added was just taken out. That means CAA have been taken out of the lobby. Still 14 squads left. Here is Alter Ego, one of our other squads who have been performing amazingly tonight, are making their rotation with the redeploy. They're rocking full blue Evas, though, so they have to be careful where they land. We know how chaotic it can get for those later rotations with the redeploy.
Yeah, let's see if they can find a decent spot. You do have, looks like a squad playing off that gravity cannon. They're going to go far south, try to go to the slow side of the zone, going into fish farms. We know that the zone isn't in on fish farms. It's just on the edge of this. They do get into a building, so they'll at least put themselves into a safe spot for the time being where they don't have to worry too much about their back. And you can see why they ended up going down there. The zone pool giving a little bit of fish farms in for the next zone, so they'll have plenty of time they can play off of this. But they do have two more teams coming in from that north side.
It's surprising is that that building wasn't contested, so they're very happy to just wait things out. And now seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, you see Tripod still holding onto the bush like before in the middle of their rotation. They don't want to get pinched there, so they don't want to reveal where they're standing. It could be a tricky situation since they don't really have much cover, even from the natural land, to really hold off of. But Alter Ego are pinging some of the players right across from them, but they know that they're in the line of sight of two other teams, so they don't really want to overextend from this spot, but they are going to have to move for that next circle. Like you said, they have that information already.
Yeah, this could be difficult. The pings are down onto that respawn beacon. We'll see if they can make it across the water. It makes it so treacherous here. They will have the phase breach. Can be important to utilize as we do take a look at the position coming out from Black Hand. So it's a lurk play coming out from them. No one really showing their presence. So maybe they hope that someone rotates through here and they'll be able to pick up some free kills, though. But we've got Asuras now having to peek out from that capsule, that shuttle. I mean, it looks like Goku's ship from Dragon Ball Z if you know, just painted that black and white.
And there's sunbathing too off to the side. So many teams just patiently playing off of these choke points, with so many other squads already taking real estate over these final circle positionings. Wingman Season being another one of those squads that cleaned up so much KP earlier on, now looking for another opportunity here inside of the second building. They have the portal in case they want to port right inside here. So Zedum's just trying to take a different angle, but they note that there's another team waiting on the other side of the building for a potential third party.
Yeah, they want this fight, though. I mean, they need to make up some points, right? They only picked up, what, like 8 points in the last 3 games? And so now they are trying to make up for lost time, but I feel like they shouldn't, right? They're in such a good spot. They picked up KP, but never mind. They're going to go for it. There's the first knock onto Key. Zedden picking that one up, forcing out the early bubble. But the nade cover is there to make sure that Wingman Season cannot advance. Were they able to get Key back up? Zednim needs some time now to heal up, and now he's going to back away, dropping down that port as well to try and get Stunny out. The bubble has been used as well from Noko on the other side. Great coordination from Wingman Season, who looked like they might have been on the verge of getting locked out. Now, though, Northern Forces coming in for the third party here, pushing up. And what a call. Was that a bait, though, coming up from Wingman Season?
I mean, that was such an impeccable timing from their point. I mean, now with the portal, they were able to reset, and now they can just move in for a third party on Northern Forces. Although Northern Forces, they have a lot of boxes for those shield swaps. See the Ash Tether coming in. They're pinging on the other side in case they're going to get pinched. With this bombardment, though, they felt like they were safe. It was Black Hands who wanted to make an appearance. They lose out on one, though. Two still up alive. Shubi's going to be able to go in for the res. Nobody's going to push in on that because Northern Forces still have to worry about Wingman Season right underneath them.
Oh, boy. We'll see. They do have two big ultimates for that zoning, right? We do have the Rolling Thunder coming out here just to slow things down, to allow Goat to heal up even more. They're sliding down even to the low. They're on the slow side of the ring. And so they will basically have the full time of the zone closing to heal up and try and find a position. But you can see how strong the gatekeeping is coming out, especially with the squads that we have here in the area right now. Wingman Season controlling that south. You got beautiful sightline on Black Hand, and now they're getting peaked. Shubi instantly cracked. Yasto as well can be forced to hit that bats. But again, they're on the slow side of the zone. 44 seconds to work with to try and work their way on in.
They got the thermal sight, and you see the Bangalore out and about on Storm Point 2 in favor for Black Hand. A redeploy, though, right in front of Wingman Season. I mean, it's a party out here. Noko wasn't invited, though. They get the knock. This is fantastic for them. Making a second one. Zednim landing all those shots. Make it three. Make it the third that's going to go down. And Zednim is going to be able to dance around the dome, but they actually scoop up right behind him. But the cover-up between Noko and Stunny is enough to get Zednim right back in the game.
Noko is so fast on that res too. It was the enemy bubble that he was able to utilize to get that quick res animation onto Zednim. They dropped down the armor swap as well. Beautiful play coming out from Wingman Season, now securing a really good game. They have so many kill points, and now it's all about getting that plus 12. Can they do it here on the swap off onto Storm Point, as now Black Hand starting to push up. They've got Northern Proficiency to deal with inside of that building. We still have 12 teams alive here in round number 4.
Absolutely insane. We know that there was teams just rotating away from fish farms. You see Tripod still alive. They were holding onto the choke point behind the bushes for a while to wait out to see where that next circle was pulling. And now they're looking for their chance to strike. You see Luda does have that portal just in case. He has the phase. He's going to be able to get out of there. But Nick Merckx doesn't have something like that. He's on the Valk. So he gets taken down, and Deeds throws out the dome to try to get him right back up.
And Deeds is getting picked up first round in the draft with an arm like that, keeping Nick Merckx alive. That bubble placement was impeccable. And now, with a minute to go, they've got a team to contend with. Redeem coming up with some kills for themselves on the kill feed now. Running late have been knocked out. We're down to 11 squads here. The flank, Deeds has gone down. And oh no, our MVP quarterback is down. Void looking to finish them off. We'll see if they can advance. I mean, they know that it's going to be tripods on the other side, but they also have the zone pressure to worry about. It's 40 seconds before the zone starts closing. And you can see they redirect their focus onto that instead. Blitzen taking a lot of damage is going to be forced back. We do have a Valkyrie redeploy coming out as well from over on that Gale Station side. The ring pulling away from all of those buildings.
It's just the fact that Void is still alive and waiting on the opportunity to play by the edge to keep themselves in this game. Not only are they securing KP, but they're securing placement points here and finding the opportunity without putting themselves out in the open. And they even have the high ground here. So a really good position for a first place squad overall right now. Redeem also now trying to play off of the side. Z Davis being on that bang. They have a bit of the high ground here, but they're not in that next circle.
It's going to be, looks like a difficult rotate in. They have to worry about their backs, but with the amounts of Valkyrie redeploys that might have been used, it might actually be free for them. We'll see, though. Joey Blackout is going to have to be patient with this bubble, as it looks like Black Hand about to go down. Unorganized actually fall there. Blitzen picking up one of those kills. Now Redeem spotting out a fight taking place inside of Gale Station. Want to see if they can get involved. The Suros are moving up. It's going to be Wingman Season as well. So two teams contending out of that building right now. And it's Redeem, trying to take advantage of this entire situation. Wingman Season, though, have the fence line to play off of as they fall back. Now they've got the rocks as well, and they're being forced down. They're getting shot over from fish farms now, but they do have that rock to play off of. Bubble is down here for Noko. It's not going to cover the res, but they will be safe behind the rock. Throughout all this, though, Tripods find themselves in a fight. Black Hand finally getting finished off here as Asura's now showing up to punish. Wingman Season dropping down on top of them. They have full height control. Bubble is used as well. The defensive bombardment going down, securing all the kills on the ground to finish things off. Now they are putting Wingman Season on the ropes. Only one player remaining for them. Team Avoid controlling the north side of the map will secure that thirst onto Mitten. Now looking for more, turning their focus onto the squad to their north. That's going to be Redeem, I believe. Big shots out from Etsy here. Will he be able to get a knock?
What a beautiful positioning for Void. I have to highlight again, they have the bit of a high ground. They know that they're not going to get contested in their back. What I'm worried about here is once they have to move away from this spot, they're going to be out in the open. But you can see right here, they may have a redeploy. They have line of sight of a lot of these other teams. They're pinging with this longbow. Antsy landing so many of these shots. Look at the damage that he's been able to put down with the longbow alone as they make their way late into some of these fights here. Noko playing off the low ground though, being the only sole survivor of Wingman Season after Asuras were able to fully dive in on them. You saw Redeem also on the other side. So that was 3 squads that had to leave from that northern high ground right into the line of sight of the likes of teams like Void.
Good missile swarm just to try and delay Asura's push out here as Redeem need to keep them at bay. These are the 2 squads rotating in from the western side, but Asura's are going to try and full send it onto Redeem now. Nifty keeping an eye on the fish farm side. Here it is, the rotation out. Redeem, who is able to cut them off first? Who gets priority on this? Is going to be Asuras using that phase breach now. But as soon as they turn around, going to note that Noko might be coming up behind them. Above them, though, it's going to be a dam. Oh, no, the knock going down onto Oxy Ares there. Luda going down as well. Tripods are knocked out. We're down to 6 squads left. That means 1 rat. That is Noko still alive for his team. Redeem have been knocked out. And oh my goodness, Void coming up huge. Asuras, though, still surviving here on the low ground. But for how long? Chatham's Prime looking to finish things off, but they are forced back to heal up. Noko has gone down as well. We're now down to our top 3 teams.
Void gets taken out. Chatham is Prime playing off of the high ground. They note that there's another squad rotating right behind them too. This is the squad that managed to contest Void here, and now they have the high ground, it seems. A damn gets beamed though. He gets 1 clip. It's Rolla Theory who are rolling through the competition.
PK with the 1-2, who's ever seen that? Slacking gets melted. Big Poyo, not a chicken in any sense of the word. Man enough to push up, but he will go down for his efforts. Rolla Theory need to try and get him back up in this fight, but they do have the man advantage at the very least. We'll see, though. Never mind, it's a 2v2. Wizzy needs some time to heal up throughout all this. Asuras have been able to get up as a full, and now they're down. Getting that res up onto Big Poyo at the very least. Asura backing away. It's going to be a 3v3. They do have priority on this zone. They are center zone right now. They need to set up a crossfire, but they've lost out on the priority for that now, as Uriel was trying to find that right side flank. OBH on that Gibraltar. 19% away from having a defensive bombardment for this fight. It's going to be huge. The final 3v3.
3v3 Asuras versus Rolla Theory. They're playing this so patiently. You talk about these off angles that Uriel was able to take now off to the right, splitting some of that focus fire away from Rolla Theory so that way they don't focus down one Bulger. They're tossing out the Arc Stars though. They have death boxes that they can utilize right behind them. So that's great makeshift cover that they're making for themselves and the space that they're building up. Now Nifty needs to meet up with the rest of the Asuras. They do not want to get isolated, and Rolla Theory have the prime positioning right now in this 3v3.
Poyo's got a beautiful head glitch angle to utilize, especially with that arm shield bubble down. Wizzy wants to try and just push in. He does back away. Amaze as well. Nice off angle, funneling them into underneath that cannon now, and the bubble has been used. Roller Theory, do they have any nades? Unfortunately for them, they get tagged up, trying to hand over some bats. They are still buying some time. Wizzy doing a great job of just holding them at bay, even though he's been cracked this whole time. Uriel opened things up though. Nifty Ames gets the next knock, and just like that, Asuras will wipe them off of Storm Point, taking the win here in game number 4.
And with confidence too, you saw them just dive in for the push all together as a trio, isolating one by one the members of Rolla Theory. Sora's taking the first game that we have so far on Storm Point.
And it was just that slope, that one moment where they had to hand off that battery that ends up punishing them, even through the efforts of the Valk player. He was doing a great job of holding the line while they were trying to get that bat off. And if they could have followed up on a little bit more damage, it could have gone the other way. That was an extremely close fight between Asuras and Roller Theory, but it was Roller Theory that ultimately got the win.
Yeah, right there, seeing Asuras and how they were able to play that was fantastic. The patience, too, from both these teams, just waiting things out there at the very end, just waiting for them to just essentially funnel into their line of sight, because they had so much natural cover to play off of, too, Jamerson.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked a little bit awkward for Asuras because they ultimately ended up getting funneled in right underneath that cannon. They used their bubble early, too, so everything was working against them, but ultimately, end of the day, if your shots land, and that's what wins out in fights. So good job, Asuras, taking the win, especially the first win on Storm Point. We're going to take another break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Challenger Circuit after this. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series here, and after 4 games, we are seeing our last few weeks. There's been some dominance coming out from Wingman Season, but it's great to show seeing the fight coming out from all of our squads today. 4 separate winners, so no dominant figure quite yet coming out in game number 4 was a treat. On the swap off onto Stormpoint, we were expecting some big things out of Wingman Season, and they definitely did not disappoint.
Absolutely, and you talk about the KP distribution too across a lot of our teams, even the winning squads. It's been pretty even overall throughout this entire lobby. Northern Forces, of course, cleaning things up. A lot of times here, a lot of the fighting was actually happening outside of these buildings, but the moment that they were funneled out of it, you had the likes of teams like Void over to the side, teams like Tripods that were funneled outside of their own cover to actually get caught in between so many of the other teams, like Big Poyo actually and company inside of that building.
Yeah, just really unfortunate here as Asuras were able to get that high ground up against Wingman Season. Noko left to rat things out. Roll a Theory. This is their opportunity to try and maybe finish things off. But taking a look at the lobby, looks like we have a lot of players ready to go for our next map. But before we head into map number 5, let's check out the map 4 standing. Asuras with 9 kills and up in first place in that game, of course, with 21 points. But Team Void not to be outdone. 12 kill points, only finished in 4th place, but that's still some great points for them.
Absolutely, especially looking at the other games that Void has had. I mean, this is the team that was sitting overall in first place after their performance today, and it looks like they're still looking to dominate in that first place spot. I mean, yes, they didn't get first place, but still, 12 KP to deny that from the rest of the lobby is really good looks for Void.
And for Wingman Season, they ended up going down in 5th, but they had 9 kill points, so 13 for them, more than doubling the points that they've had so far. So this is going to be a great bounce back. 2 games left to go. We're seeing the sparks of brilliance that, you know, basically resulted in the back-to-back wins for Wingman Season in Challenger Circuit numbers 2 and 3. So can they do it here in the last 2 games? I mean, things are looking good for them. We'll see. Right now, though, I do want to go back to that point for Void, though. We were talking about an amazing performance, and they need it today because they're currently in the overall leaderboard, in the cumulative leaderboard for Challenger Circuit in 20th place. They have 1,500 points. So a big performance here can easily propel them into the top 12, which would put them into the winner's bracket.
What's crazy about Void as a team, though, is that this is a team that has not taken a game yet, but they consistently get top 3, top 4 here with so much KP. That's why they've been able to contest themselves in that first place spot against teams like Redeem out here, Alter Ego, who were right below them before that game number 4. So in this 5th game, it can determine a lot for the other teams that are looking to take Void's spot.
Yeah, so Team Void, can anyone stop them? I mean, we do see it at the end of games, right? But it's the consistency. It's about being able to get the top 4s, top 3s. Taking a look at the semifinal runs for Team Tripods, they came up first place in their semifinal lobby despite not having a single win. But it was a streak of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishes, along with, of course, the fragging power on that squad, for them to be able to win out with, I think, 78 points overall in their lobby. Right now, they are struggling here, performing a little bit better at the very least on Stormpoint, not getting 50-50 off drop, but they need to start picking up the kills. Tonight has not been a good night so far for Team Tripods.
Now, looking at the other side, though, we highlighted HCH at the start of the show. Not really showing up on Stormpoint, but at least securing that 3 KP. A lot of these teams getting caught in the middle of the rotation, especially looking at such a southern pool circle that you have to expect on that first Stormpoint map. So a lot of adjustments needed. Alter Ego being another one of those teams actually to go down relatively early, not only in 9th place, but with no KP to their name.
But they did have a pretty decent start for themselves, so this is just a small stumble with 2 games left to go. And again, we have to go back to how the change in format, when we added the additional map, when we do the 3-game swap, right, that teams have less time to adjust. So game number 1, that's their time to adjust. Now game number 2, here on Stormpoint, they need to show up. If they don't show up here, things don't look good for game number 3. So we'll see how quickly the turnaround is. I mean, we talk about how challenging it is. It's difficult as hell when it comes to the Pro League, but it's even more so here where your prep work is so important going into these games.
I'm wondering what we could expect from game number 5, because this is my favorite points in our night, because in game number 5 you have a lot of teams that have already figured out where they stand in the overall leaderboards, how many points they need to obtain, whether they need to play extremely aggressive in game number 5, or are we going to see more teams play more reserved. I feel like at the start of the Storm Point, we did see a lot of these matches start off pretty high octane, kind of similar to game 3 and 4 in World, or rather game 2 and 3 in World's Edge, but now I'm seeing more of these teams take a much more aggressive approach towards their rotations on Storm Point, because they want to be able to land themselves in that final circle positioning without having to overextend outside of these buildings.
Here we go, heading into game number 5. And take a look. Again, we talk about how the drops work here on Storm Point. You're seeing the large cluster of teams going to that northern side. That's just kind of how it works out with so many POIs being up there. So there's a natural funnel on the northern side for the squads, while on the south, Wingman season have a complete fish farm to themselves. We do have a 50-50 Void to pick up some points here. Gordon already picking up one knock onto Slacking. It's a 3v2 off the rip, and they have some great armors to fight with, but Gibraltar peaks, and Ansi gets taken out. They do have a backup here. We're not able to trade back, unfortunately, quite yet. Holding that door, but they got the flank as well. Going in, Gordon picks up the kills and is able to quickly get Ansi back on in. Big kills coming in for Void here early on.
Every single player on this team has been popping off tonight. I think Blitz overall tonight has gotten 12 kills. Borden now has just gotten 13 kills after winning that fight. So many of these early fightings already in Storm Point. And basically answering exactly what we were talking about before. Northern Forces, they lose out on one of their teammates there. They get that crack. They need to dive right back in, but with only 27 bullets on that Havoc.
And we do have the reses going off, and they are able to get the re-knock onto proficiency. Back down to a 2v2, but they still need time for Obsessed to get medkits off along with the cells. Polar Bear, will he be able to go with the repeat? He doesn't have much left in that Prowler. 30 shots total, and then he has to fall back on to that Eva 8. They're not going to challenge that res, but will they get the re-knock as this bubble goes down? On the lurk from behind, they're going to go ahead and push out Asurus in a fight with Team Sheesh right now. Timmy getting the knock as well. And here's the push out from Northern Forces. The Eva 8s just obliterating Obsessed now. It's a 1v3. Unfortunately, just a little bit disjointed there. And Crispy Bacon is going to go ahead and pull out that axe to finish things off. And they do finish off Alter Ego Northern Forces, showing them who's boss.
It's about sending a message right there. Even if it's closing out the last player with the melee, you gotta assert that dominance with a double Gibby out here. Northern Forces, though, they come out of that win with KP, and they got a beacon right next to them, too, so they're gonna be able to get that information for that next circle. I'm wondering what's happening over there by Asuras, though, because Asuras currently, they were sitting number 2 in the overall leaderboards, right behind Void by a 5-point difference. We had seen some fighting happening early on, and it looks like, yes, we see IRL now moving in for the fight. You see a knocked player on the other side of this bunker door.
Boy, wondering if this is the third party out for IRL, pushing out with a bubble. Good one, getting it deep in to allow them to try and really take grasp of the situation here. They do have the contact on left and contact on the right, trying to chase after this player here. Full swing onto one. Back up from behind, though. Keeping things at bay. The swing out, and Joey Blackout gets decimated by that PK shot. IRL will be able to finish him off as well. And Z Davis leaving only one left for Redeem. That's Oxy Aries here. Now left to rat things out. And he has so many teams that's going to be moving through this area as well. It's so early on in the game. Teams from High Point, Lightning Run, Thunderwatch, all going to be coming down on top of him. It's going to be tough, but we'll see how long he can rat this one out for.
It's just insane to see the high-octane action that we've had so far early on in game number 5. It trickles down to what we were highlighting before with a lot of these teams knowing how many points that they need so that way they could get extremely aggressive at the start of the game to prevent a lot of these other teams to go in for their more comfort rotation. So IRL now coming out of that, they're going to have full blue Evos. They're just looking to see where they want to rotate next with the first circle closing in right behind them, and they're just going to use this redeploy to get right out of there. And they're redeploying from the high ground like you were mentioning before, Jamerson, so they're going to cover a lot of land just from coming in from the high ground into the low ground with the redeploy.
Yeah, they'll make it basically halfway across the map. Asuras, though, starting to make their way on over towards the Note Cave. So we didn't get to take a look at the ring quite yet, but Asuras moving in, you got to realize that it's probably going to be ending on this side of the zone. as a lot of it is in the water, so it should be hard pulling over here towards Cenote and west of Cenote as well. And Asurus are the first team here. No one even contesting this. So winners from game number 5 in a great spot. Remember that they fought early on against Team Sheesh. Here's Wingman Season coming into Cenote Cave too. And you even have Tripods now, not too far off. So every team getting ready for the late game already.
Oh man, and we've seen these circles before. This circle could pull all the way to the southwest, actually right on top of where Tripods is sitting in. So Wingman Season taking a high ground rotation. They see there's a team that's actually utilizing the phase breach right before their eyes. It looks like they're going to be able to put in some pressure. They get the knock on top of it all. And Stunny is not stopping anytime soon. He's still throwing more grenades on top of it all.
Oh, he's got to be careful, though. He's on his ones, just trying to use this palm tree as cover. The other side, they're utilizing that Trident as the defensive bombardment has gone down. Noko, though, with the bubble, will be able to maintain his high ground position. Sednum has joined up with Stunny, looking for the angle. It's going to be running late on the other side of this fight now. Stunny has to be careful. He does have one behind him, forcing out the bubble there. That double O negative going down. Instant follow-up from Stunny here. He's able to make it out at the very least, but for how long? Wingman Season securing that thirst onto Lightstar Joe as well. Again, early kill points coming in for Wingman Season.
I'm wondering at what point, or at least the cooldown on that dome right there, just a tad bit late with that bombardment landing its shot onto running late there. Unfortunate. And now you can see currently Wingman Season, they're going to be hanging out into the high ground. They're going to be calling out a lot of the other teams that are going to be making their low ground rotations. But Rolla Theory, another team in a fight here over by the other side, and Big Boyo goes down. They have the Loba, but they don't really have an angle to really put down a black market to go in for shield swaps if they desperately need it.
There's the thirst onto Big Poyo. Deed's actually picking that one up and helping out Asurus. Asurus, will they push after the last two members of Rolla Theory? They're just going to allow them back away. The bracelet being used as well. And Team Asurus are happy just to maintain this position, maintain this building for free. CAA pushing onto the high ground of Cenote Cave, and might have actually forced Noko down. I believe he was playing basically that same spot. So or no, this is the northern side of it, actually. So very similar positions, just opposite sides of that POI. A CAA, they haven't had the greatest of days so far. A lot of the fights getting away from them.
It's unfortunate, but at least if they hold on to the high ground, they could do the same thing of what we're seeing from Wingman Season, where they're holding the other angle of a lot of these low ground rotating teams. So if they hold on to this high ground, they're going to have a great view of a lot of those other squads making their rotation. They have the view of the care package, it seems. And looking again at the circle, pulling more to that southwest, I'm looking at teams like Tripods who have already infiltrated that building that's off the coast. We sometimes see the circle pull more off to the west, right behind that building. So if Tripods notice that, since they don't have a beacon right next to them, they can already take up that spot and get ahead of the curve with a lot of the other teams that want to take up that spot too.
Yeah, I mean, we have Wingman Season here, Gas Station Gaming.
That since they don't have a beacon right next to them, they can already take up that spot and get ahead of the curve with a lot of the other teams that want to take up that spot too.
Yeah, I mean, we have Wingman Season here, Gas Station Gaming, all of them highly positionally oriented, are going to want to get priority on a rotate like that if they can. But for the time being, it is just round number 1. Everyone biding their time. We've lost out on 2 squads, a number of other squads damaged as well. We know 1 rat running around. Don't know if Redeem were able to get their third back or get their players back on it, ever to recover the banners as well. Gas Station Gaming now holding this height. Dropping down is ICRVR. They're going to go for a rotate on this Trident, and okay, it's got the hydro on it. It's got the hydraulics there bouncing around, but it looks like they're going to use that to rotate around the western side, trying to get up to the north. Now, backing away into a more, well, this is a very safe spot for the time being, but they should be able to make their way and wrap around as they use that time to just heal up. Icy leading the charge for his squad early on to make sure that there is a clearing here for them to play off of.
I love the patience too. Jed is like, I don't need to use my legs. I'm just going to keep rotating on this train. I'll make all the noise as Icy is just rotating right behind. And just waiting to maybe make some noise, cause some chaos. And you can see the way that they're playing off to the side. They could utilize this Trident as makeshift cover. That's exactly how they're going to position this Trident here. Yeah,
they got it right there in the choke, and they're going to have to contend with Stunny on the high ground here. He's got the flatline, plenty of ammo. 360 extra ammo along with that extra clip. So 2 tridents coming in now. They'll be able to basically use it as cover on either side of that big pillar. Wingman Season noting that position, though. They might want to try and take that a little bit later on. But playing off of this spot here, this is where they can get the KPs. So they're under no pressure to really push out quite yet. Study going on is one super far out, but they know that they have to play this one a little bit more big. They need to play this one a little bit wide to try and find these kill points.
Study maybe hearing you, Jamerson, noting that they have so much ammo in the clip right now. Why not just burn through some, especially being on the Valkyrie? Just get back onto the high ground if you need, if you find yourself overextending. Now there's a fight going on, and look at Blackhand's position. They're waiting for the opportunity to go in for a third party. I love this patient play. It's HCH. I don't know that there's a third party waiting for them right behind. They're looking for an opportunity to get this knock. They're looking around, but they still miss them.
Crook, he has the right senses, but they're not peeking at all. It is the ultimate patience coming out from them. He had a nice little angle there on the AC units, but he's just not finding the timings to get it. This fight is taking quite some time, and so they might just call it to back away at this point. Phase Breach is going to be coming up very shortly here for Hill. It looks like with how they're regrouping, they might just want to back away from this one. Their spidey senses are tingling. Where's the third party? Where's it going to come from? We need to back away.
I love this. There's just disturbance in the force, and they know they want to rotate away. Blackhand knows that their opportunity is not given to them, so they're actually going to rotate themselves. They want to get ahead of the curve just in case both these teams end up rotating in their direction. They could just circle keep them instead, and they don't want to get circle kept themselves, especially with the chaos that's happening right next to them. So much noise being made.
Now, there is the Valkyrie redeploy being used by the Snowmen just to get out. And so all the fighting just completely fizzles away. Blackhand might have been spotted, but they did make their way into a building, I believe, showing no presence here. So Snowmen don't quite know there's a squad. They are getting fired at, though. So the moment of surprise is gone for them. Now they know that they have to contend with the squad, but they're at least safe inside a different building here. They've cut off 2 teams on that rotate, have a little bit more priority to try to get a center zone for the next spot.
And they're going to be patient here. It's actually rare to see Caustic being played on Stormpoint. We don't get to see as often, but the compositions have been changing throughout the season. So Snowmen, this is their game plan. Just like we saw them in the building before, their game plan is to hold on to these buildings, bunker down with the Caustic, with blocks, throwing down those barrels, and just waiting for that next circle, since they do not have the information that the beacon provides on where the circle is going to be pulling. So they're just going to be moving from building to building until they know where that next circle is going to be pulling.
HCH moving their way through the zone now, past Mills. Might have met a little bit of resistance over there by Northern Forces, who are playing off of one of the shuttles on the western side. So they're just going to tank the zone for now. And they're roughly free. We have lost track a bit of where Black Hand were playing, but there they go, showing up on our map. They're still in that same building. Snowmen not too far off. HCH have to be careful running into this one, because even though this is still just zone 3, they are taking a lot of damage. The slow heal's coming out. If they bubble early, that's going to leave them vulnerable here. Walking out, the skyward dive past them. 3 teams now funneling in on the northeast side of this ring. Crook taking so much damage. Now, though, Z Davis getting into a fight. Redeem were able to get back up as a full 3. But what does their economy look like? A 30-30 in a close range fight. Not what you want on someone like the Bangalore.
No, but you at least have so much ammo to work with. You can see the quick pings as well, just to rotate away. The Rolling Thunder could be called in, but they catch Z Davis. It's Blackhand who are inside the building. With Redeem making this rotation, they didn't pick up Blackhand inside the building with the Valkyrie passive, so they didn't really know that there was another squad in the area after they were able to pick up the other team here, which was HCH. So now Redeem down Z Davis. They're playing this as a duo. They have the bombardment for insurance, but they want to just stay in here. They want to play off the corner. They know that since that team is inside the building, there's no reason to call it out.
Snowmen are trying to choke them out. They're trying to leapfrog those barrels up slowly. Arcstar out. Swing out from Joey Blackout, though, forces them back off that stairwell. But Joey Blackout has to back away. So many teams up here, and there's only 55 seconds left. These teams need to rotate now. They need to make their way into Cenote, and we know how many teams are already there to at least back away. Joey Blackout going for a repeat off that bubble now, but Oxy Ares will go down. That's going to be Ajani picking that one up, and that's the Snowmen getting 1 KP. Thermites coming in, missile swarms coming in. Joey Blackout is receiving the worst treatment here, getting focused down by everyone. Lux secures that one up for the Snowmen. and Redeem are knocked out.
They don't have a single chance. They're getting pinged in every single angle. Some teams holding onto the high ground here. Oh, and look who it is. It's HCH holding the other side. They have the redeploy. They're going to utilize that. And look, 2 redeploys at the same time. The skies are congested, but both these teams were playing on the outskirts, and they were getting pinged by that other squad that is shooting that 30-30, so they didn't want to risk getting circle capped.
And it looks like they're actually following the same pathing here. They note 1 on the rocks, 2 on the rocks. They have to drop right in to one of those buildings. We'll see if it's free for them. No one peeking out quite yet until the landing there. Hakulo, hello. But it looks like that Valkyrie will just go ahead and back away. So HCH take a risky, a rewarding rotate in. It looks like it's Asuras that's above them inside of that building.
Basically saying, you guys did not see anything. On the redeploy, they land right on top of Uriel's head. They managed to take real estate underneath of this building, but they're going to be open in 2 different angles. Even the angle that's on the high ground from the team that's going to be holding on top of that mountain that we noted before that got picked up on the Valkyrie passive. But they're going to be holding down to the doors. They're not going to let them come in, force them out as a source. They also have the face breach just in case, but it looks like Wingman season, they're back and about. They have the high ground, and they have 2 dumps to play off of too. Meanwhile, the other team, though, off to the side are still utilizing 2 tridents for some cover.
Yeah, it looked like they got dropped on by Team Sheesh, but they're able to swat that one down. Stunny needs to heal up, though. You can see the death boxes there. There are full 3 that should be a prizes, yeah. So that is Team Sheesh knocked out. Might have gotten placement points. Don't know if they got any kill points in this game so far. 14 squads remaining here in round number 4. And Wingman season, despite having a great position here early on, it looks like they will be forced off the high ground. A fight on the northern side, though. CAA. This is their best game so far, it looks like, but not for long, as Added is the only one up for his team now. Cobra and Inked growing down, trying to heal up. They have walked their way on over, crawled their way on over. There might be an opportunity to go for these reses as fights are continuing up top. CIMJ have lost out on 1. Charles now forced down onto the low. He's got that thermal out. That Digi threat will help him finish off CAA.
The counter right there to the Bangalore picks that we usually see on Storm Point. Meanwhile, HCH have now landed right on top of them, and they see the smoke, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to drop from the high ground. They also have a black market that's right there available to them, so they're going to scoop up some of the loot away from that team.
Yeah, the death box is right below them, probably what they're looting out of, and so they don't have to give up this position. Really nice pickup for HCH. Again, their movement have been great, avoiding a lot of those fights. Ultimately, as well, I don't think we talked about it, Snowman did get taken out by Black Hand, who were looking to gatekeep those 2 squads, HCH and Snowman. But we talked about the senses, the game sense coming out from our players, or especially our veteran players, understanding when a fight's taking too long, when something seems just a little bit off. They avoided that. Now they find themselves in the top 12.
Just to call it and just to disengage, and as well as calling out these final circles too. We highlighted before that building that you see getting pinged was taken over by tripods originally. You see a redeploy happening off to their left, so HCH are just trying to plan ahead as we see 2 tridents set up again over by the other side. This time around, it's somewhere else though. It's taking control over that where we predict the final circle is going to be pulling in. That's Gas Station Gaming, quite literally living true to their name.
They didn't bring the other trident, though, so they didn't get too greedy with it. They would like it for some additional cover at the very least, but they're going to be safe for now. It's all about waiting things out. It's about waiting for the rest of the squads to go down. Nick Merckx finding a nice knock onto IRL. There's a second one. And that actually helps out Gas Station Gaming, who was getting pushed here from the north side. So you can thank Nick Merckx for that one. And Luda picking up that last kill onto Ivan. Gas Station Gaming now find themselves in the top 10. Another fight breaking out just to their north as that Black Market Boutique going down for Gas Station Gaming allows them to loot IRL. The push is coming out, it seems like, from Tripod. There is, of course, that Valkyrie above them forced back instantly. Gas Station Gaming did actually bring both tripods.
They had to bring both of them. Yeah, they had to roll up on them. They really did. They had to really use that to give them some of that extra cover. They were trying to call the circle pulling in their direction, but Tripods may not want to fully send it yet because then they'll be giving up the building to another squad that could easily just redeploy on top of that roof and then take the high ground. So they want to sit tight here as Azores. They're controlling the inside of this building with another squad sharing some of that real estate. HCH, another team inside this building actually. They see that grenade though. They avoid it carefully. They're still putting on some pressure through these windows, but they also don't want to overextend. They are going to have to move eventually in less than 25 seconds to get into that next circle, though.
Yeah, this is the fast side of the zone. It's going to close extremely fast behind them. I think both squads should have their skyward dive to play off of, but the big question is, will either team have to commit an early bubble just to get one off? Taking a look at that peek out from the squad just off to the southwest, they might have to, just to try and make this rotate out. Ooh, some Heather coming in here onto HCH, keeping Crook in place. And now they are starting to move out just before the zone starts closing in. We got the Arc Stars to try and slow things down on the other rotate here, keeping an eye on the skies, and here they go, going for that skyward dive. They did not have to use that Gibraltar bubble, so they will have it on landing.
And that's super smart to conserve that too, because they're looking to go into where all the chaos is happening. On top of this building, they're going to probably need to use that dome upon landing here, but they have the high ground. Oh, he slipped off! Crook slipped off! That is so unfortunate! He has the dome, but he doesn't have the high ground now, and no way to taxing him up there.
What an awkward fight. It's traded back and forth, but it looks like it's going to be a 1v2. Crook now on the outside by himself. His bubble is gone, getting focused down. It's going to be Gas Station Gaming securing those thirsts as well, and no one actually gets thirsted on the other side. Asura's losing out on nifty aims throughout all of this. Asura's do take out. It looks like Gas Station Gaming, CIMJ still up as a duo here as they hop into the whip. They're going to go ahead and try and challenge that Thermite out, and he's forcing them to just heal up for now. 40 seconds before this last zone starts closing up, and now all of our teams are taking stock of what they've got. We do have Wingman season up, Tripods up, HCH still alive with Crooks there, ratting things out. 7 squads remaining in zone number 6.
Can we talk about Deed's damage and having only 3 KP? Sheesh. He's been putting in that work, though. I mean, Tripods have been sitting here in this building since the start of the game. We highlighted this. We highlighted that this is where the circle it was most likely going to pull here, and that's exactly what's happening. Now, Tripods, they have the safety of the inside of this building. They don't even need a Caustic here. They've just been able to put in so much pressure, peppering down anybody who tries to contest them here. And now we have, I believe, 2 squads that have to play this as a duo. We're going to have to see as HCH is one of those teams playing on the high ground without Hill.
Yeah. 5 players missing out of the lobby, so 2 duos, maybe a rat running around somewhere. We'll find out in a moment. HCH, though, not able to recover the banner. Ooh, Asurus able to peek out now. It's a 1v2, pushing right into the bubble. HCH are knocked out. Asurus looking for a repeat performance, but they'll have to do it as a duo at least. They're able to top off. Might want to swap off on that Volt, though. Only a mag and a half right now. The final zone closing in. Deeds and Tripods pushing into Wingman season now, and they've taken no damage. Study's fallen, and they get the instant thirst as well. Only 1 player left for Wingman season, and Noko gets finished off along with Zetnam. They are out. 4 squads left. 8 players remaining. Tripods, I think, are the only full squad in this game.
Actually insane to see how long they've been holding on to this. I mean, they have Asurus right above them, I believe, there too. And you can see the shots getting taken out. Northern Forces get taken out, and now the duo playing right underneath them.
It's a 3v2v2 to finish things off here, and it's Tripods now coming back after a very disappointing 4 games. Really rallying back, and this is important for them. They need to ride this momentum into LCQ as well. I mean, we already know they secured a spot for LCQ, but they want to ride that high. They want to go in strong for this weekend. Asurus on the high ground. They're going to be forced down here at about the same time as Tripods have to peek out. This is still going to be difficult despite having the man advantage. They need to know what's going down. Here's the drop down from Asurus, though. This might be the big opening for Tripod. They need to play around this smoke as well, as the defensive bombardment has been used. How did he spot him out?
What?
OBH getting the knock onto Charles. Now they're trying their best in all of this confusion here, but Deeds gets that knock. Now Uriel taking to the skies to try and out outlive, and he does at least secure second place for his squad. Wraith Portal around, throwing them all for a loop, but it will be the Tripods getting the win here. Finally, in game number 5.
What a mess of a final moment, though. At the very end, landing right on top of the portal preemptively. Did not plan that there, though. Tripods, with their positioning at the very end, though, really allowed them to take that win as well as secure so much KP for any of the other squads that wanted to take that same building.
And it's great to see the kind of shift in play that we've seen coming out from Tripods overall across the last 3 challenger circuits, focusing a lot more on that rotate, learning how to play center zone. And when they do it right, they succeed so well. That's going to be a massive game for them because we know they were picking up kill after kill after kill. What a great game there in game number 5. For the Tripods. Will it be enough to put them into contention to try and make a push for the top 3? Well, we've got one last game. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have the final game of Challenger Circuit after this. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Challenger Circuit. Week number 4 is the final game now, game number 6. That's all that lies ahead of us. And that's what's going to basically decide the fate of so many of our squads today. Remember, there's so much to play for. We got LCQ coming up, and a lot of our teams are now trying to fight for that winner's bracket berth. We'll see if they can make it. Let's take a look at what happened in game number 5. Team Tripods having an absolutely exceptional game there in game number 5 for the win.
Yeah, they had so much KP at the end there, and just for reference, they were sitting, I believe, overall in 16th place before that win, so they absolutely are going to skyrocket in the overall leaderboards, and they need it, like you highlighted it. This is the very last Challenger Circuit before the LCQ, and they want to maintain the points that they've already gotten throughout their entire run within this entire Challenger Circuit.
And Tripods were 17th overall with their skyrocketing performance. And so a nice finish here should propel them into 12th easily, especially with the win like this. This is going to be a good finish for them. We'll see, though. Game number 6, you know they're going to want more. They're a squad that just absolutely wants more. Passion is the way that they've always been described, and you can see it here. What a great way to finish things off. Not getting too lost here, making sure that they played this one as well as they could for the finish.
It's so funny. A lot of players landed on top of that portal because of the smoke. So you saw Nick Merckx take the portal by accident too. So much damage from the ring. But Tripods were the only squad that had all 3 members standing. So they were able to not only come out on top, but with 12 KP on top of it all.
Yeah, 24 points overall. The next squad up was Asuros, who did secure 2nd place with 6 kills, and CIMJ. Wingman season, though, another map here on Stormpoint where they call out, get a great spot, and end up with a lot of kill points, but they don't have the placement points yet. Again, it's another top 5 finish for them. That is, what, 8 points in placements across the last 2 games, which is fantastic, but they still need the win with the bad start that they had on World's Edge.
Yeah, I believe before that game, they were overall in 9th place in the group standings for this final, so they have been able to at least maintain their placement. I think their best placement was a 5th here, and it still is going to be 5th, but they're getting so much KP on Stormpoint that they've been able to perform so well here on this map versus what they were able to accomplish on World's Edge.
Yeah, it's a lot of learning here on Stormpoint as well for a lot of our squads, especially in a lobby where, like, you have 17, 18 squads still alive in round number 4, and you have to learn how to play off that position to try and pick up the mid-game kill points when you're playing out from center zone. We saw some great things coming out from a Wingman season along with Tripods and really utilizing their positions to pick up those early KPs. So it's been great to see the kind of evolution coming out from our squads, but it's coming down to the final game. Like we said, there's so much on the line for a team like Sheesh. They were basically on the bubble. They are fighting to try and make it into the winner's bracket. They were in 23rd place at the beginning of the day in the cumulative leaderboard. A good performance in this last game can still put them into the top 12 to make sure they avoid the lower bracket in LCQ1.
And talking about, you said a Void, now I got triggered here. Void out here is sitting in that 11th spot, going down actually in 11th in that final game, is surprising seeing how Void was able to do throughout the entire day, maybe falling a little bit behind, but still securing 4 KP while they were at it.
Yeah, so Void still keeping pace at the very least. I mean, as long as you're putting up 5-6 points every game, that's still a pretty, you can count that as a W. It might not feel like the greatest of W's, but making sure you have points, that's what's important here, especially when we talk about 6-game sets in the long run. On the other half of the standings for map number 5, we do see Roller Theory there with 4 points. IRL were able to pick up 4 as well, and the Snowman, we saw what happened to them, ended up getting caught out by Black Hand on that rotate from the northeast side.
It can be really difficult for a lot of those hard pulling circles to actually make those safe rotations, especially on a map like Stormpoint where you see a lot of these teams go in for the redeploy, wait in the choke points, wait for the third party like we saw from Black Hand actually in that second to last circle. And similar to that, a lot of these teams that are actually landing on the other side of the map take their time either going through the replicator, scanning some of the beacons, and then making their move into that final circle where a lot of the other teams have already infiltrated in the real estate of that final circle.
Yeah, and then of course we always say like, oh yeah, if there's a hard pull towards one side of the map, of course the opposite side is where the natural choke point is. But this is a map on Stormpoint where it's exacerbated by the amount of teams that you normally have on the northern side. We've had two very southern pulls so far, and a lot of the mid-game fighting has been taking place on the north side just because of the sheer amount of teams there. So this is a case where you see a lot more fighting in the mid and early games because of that case. It's not quite the same case when we're on World's Edge because there's a lot more kind of maneuverability around. But here, there's a lot of choke points you have to play around. You have to deal with the big pileup always on the north. Like regardless of where that ring pulls, even if it pulls up to the north, we know that a lot of teams like to try and hug the north side, and then we have a pileup regardless on the north. But here we go. It's going to be the final game of Challenger Circuit. It's the last game to secure yourself the best spot in LCQ1. The top 12 teams will be securing a spot in the winner's bracket, and then 13th through 22nd on the cumulative leaderboard will be in the lower bracket, where they will have to play 3 matches across the LCQ weekend, and that's going to be huge on your mental. So a lot of teams trying to avoid that, get that winner's bracket berth. But take a look, this is a nice kind of flight path for a lot of our teams, especially our northern squad. We can see the late dropouts coming out from them, everyone going on over towards High Point, Lightning Rod. We did have some 50-50s taking place early on in the last 2 games, but it looks like there's only going to be the one this time around over at Checkpoint.
A lot of these teams already want to figure out how many points they need for this final game. Again, it's the final game of the Challenger Circuit before the LCQ, so every point is going to count for a lot of these teams that are hanging out by the border. And it's nice to see that we've had a different team win each and every one of the games that we've had tonight, too. So that's just a perfect cherry on top to highlight how talented a lot of these Challenger Circuit teams are and how they've grown throughout the start of the Challenger Circuit. And now you can see game number 6, a lot of these other teams don't want to take those chances with those 50-50s.
Yeah, Northern Forces, they had that 50-50 in the last game as well. They're keeping their wits about them right now, keeping their eyes on basically to their southeast, as the other squad might have just bounced out after taking a couple buildings worth of loot. So Northern Forces will be safe for the time being to loot up at least the blue armor already picked up for Crispy Bacon. And it looks like they'll even have the replicator to utilize here to get some better armors if they can't find another one.
I believe it was Alter Ego that had tried to contest Northern Forces on the other side. Their Alter Ego not having the best time on Stormpoint so far, which makes sense as they are going to give that loot over to that team. And now Black Hand, a team that is very quick to rotate. Look at this loot that they're able to walk away from. I mean, it's the mill at the end of the day. That's why we see usually teams like ESA fight for this spot. And Black Hand are going to be able to rotate right out of here with a nice composition of mobility. They have the Ash, they have the Valkyrie, and they got Shubi still on that bang that we've seen put in so much work whenever they're able to also pick up that Digi threat.
It's still so weird seeing a team running a composition without the Gibraltar, but Black Hand have made it work roughly in the last 2 games. This time around, we do have a northern zone, this one pulling up towards Wall and Command Center, so a lot of the action in the late game will be focused around that western Command Center side, smack dab in the middle of it. But Redeem are going to have their work cut out for them. It's going to be really heavy in terms of teams trying to rotate through there. They have to be on point if they want to try and hold that building down.
You can see the circle pulling right on top of Redeem. That beacon is going to be highly contested soon here. You can see already 3 squads in the area. That's Gas Station Gaming that just put down that black market. See someone sign us rocking the fuse. Talk about compositions. I mean, they do have the Gibby here as Key is rocking the key as well as a gold extended mag there. So someone sign us. They know that there's another squad potentially in the area. They're just keeping their wits about them. A lot of these teams just taking this last game very slow.
Yeah, sheesh. They have been able to pick up some kill points, but they haven't really been able to back it up with the placement points as well. It's a full lurk play coming out from them, but everyone's senses are on 11 right now, turned up, making sure that they don't get caught out by a lurk play like this. Gas Station Gaming, though, just farming up in the middle of the map right now, as they're just holding a neutral position. They were actually able to pick up a kill. That's going to be Asura's losing out on Uriel. We'll see if they can find more here.
Going to be playing this patiently here. Gas Station Gaming, another one of our teams that have been really popping off tonight, picking up that KP. See them making that rotation. Asora's, though, in trouble. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the final game. Losing out on Uriel early. They get that crack, maybe delaying the inevitable, as they're going to be able to buy some space for themselves as they rotate out of there.
Yeah, nifty low. They should, or they might have already used the phase breach to get out, but it is a super low cooldown, so I'll have it up again. You can see OBH is working his way towards that defensive bombardment, so he will have the tools to play off of, and here it is, finally! The fight breaks out, and it was a big one! A prize gets the first knock onto Locked, but they trade back. Timmy going down. A prize dropping down, though. The Ring of Fire burning him down, but they will be able to survive the fray, and the Motherlode ultimately takes out a prize. It was that burn down. Wow, our observers swapped off at the exact right time for that fight. I love you guys.
Yeah, chef's kiss right there. That was beautiful. I love the double dome around the Ring of Fire. It looked like a terrible brownie sundae that I did not want to take a bite of right there. So she's coming out on top. The trust, too, that you saw from a prize right there, too. Just being able to dive into the Motherlode, noting that the tick damage was going to knock them, but they knew that they were going to come out on top. They needed an extra body in that fight, as Tripods, another team in a fight here, taking control of the mill. We were highlighting before the other team here that was able to pick up so much loot. They're trying to take the high ground here, so they have a really good line of sight of the other team that wants to make their rotation in here. Nice angle for Nick Merckx. Just pings in a little bit, but doesn't want to overextend.
Yeah, he can retake that height whenever he wants with that Valk, but it looks like it's two separate players up there. Luda is there for him. You can see just peeking around just that lip. Did miss that timing on that spray, unfortunately, but they need time to reset here. Hitting up the cells for Nick Merckx and for Deeds. It's going to be Black Hand. Oh, okay, it's just a delayed fight now. The thing started off big on World's Edge. Black Hand versus Tripods. Will we end the day Black Hand versus Tripods once again?
I wonder what it is. What it is about this script here that just writes itself. Black Hand trying to actually juke them. I like the smoke off to the right, but then taking that left angle instead. Not much for them to really use for cover, though, again, after exiting out the mill here. They will be out in the open, so they don't want to overextend. They know that the team right below them has already taken up the cover inside of those buildings. They have the Rolling Thunder, but they won't need to call it just yet. There's no third party pulling into their third.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder could be used from Black Hand to just like cover that distance, right? You roll in, you start walking in as the missiles start going off. Chatamus Prime, though, up here at the wall, finding themselves in a small engagement now. Slacking needs some time to hit up that bat as they try and push across this courtyard. Looks like the retreat was called, though, and they're taking so much damage for it. They don't have the bubble quite yet, and a dam might go down. It will be IRL on the other side of this one, punishing them, punishing the timing of that. Black Hand, though, back at this fight up against Tripods. Defensive bombardment has gone down, forcing out an early bubble. Yasso just backs away from this one, gives up that roof, though. We'll see how they try and approach this fight. Oh, can get up there with that phase breach. Another Rolling Thunder rolling on in this time around to try and slow things down a bit. Rooftop control to get regained by Black Hand. Yasto is up there now. Shubi making his way through the stairs. Nick Merckx is the first one to fall as he challenged for that phase breach now to instantly converge as a full three-man. Shubi goes down to Deeds, but Black Hand finding the advantage here. It's a 1v1 now. Big connect out there as you have Yasto, half HP, trying to secure that thirst at the very least onto Deeds now. He's going to have to heal up very shortly here, and he's starting to pop that medkit. You know the medkit's going on the other side as well, left in this 1v1. Again, this tense situation. Arcstar, not much left on that knockdown shield either. So we swap on over. CAA might be getting into a fight now. As you can see, there we go, swapping back on over. Luda, he's got two more medkits to play off of. You have the player going down to the bleed out now. Luda healing up. They're charging forward. Well, slowly crawling forward with that knockdown shield. And the res is coming out from Luda, but he goes for that peak. He already hits for 39, gets the Kraken. He wants to chase after him, but the death box is slowing him down. There's the armor swap for Luda, though, as he pops that res once again. Nick Merckx needs to get it in time, and he needs to instantly hit that medkit as well. So now it's a 2v1 in favor of Tripods.
This is insane right here. Blackhand played that so well, yet still Tripod was able to get out of that situation. Blackhand took 2 different angles, and with the Ash and the phase breach, they were able to actually not only cover the roof, but cover a different angle without having to overextend. Tripods, though, still coming out on top with 2 alive. Blackhand now, Yatsu looking for the opportunity as maybe the portal's being used, but it was actually just a phase. They can't do it. Yatsu always being the last one of Blackhand to survive, but Luda coming in with another res. Lovely and amazing patient play coming in from Luda.
Yeah, that was a great cue coming out from Luda there to make sure he can get out without being slowed down or, you know, without being as vulnerable, jumping across that opening on a board with Redeemed, though. That's going to be Z Davis getting the knock onto the HCH member. Hakulo going down. Bubble is there, though. They might be able to get the fast res onto him. We can see if they have the defensive bombardment, and they do toss it down. It's just as the bubble goes down as well. The re-knock onto Hakulo. They might be able to finally finish off HCH. Starting to push forward. Another crack. Joey Blackout is just connecting. Not quite there with the 30-30, unfortunately, but HCH are on their last legs. Hill has been finished off. Crook goes down. HCH are out.
No amount of wall jumping are you going to be saved against being pinched from Chatham's Prime and its squad that's holding onto the high ground. Such a tough position to be in. But I love the position that Chatham's Prime is holding because they know that there is nobody behind them. The ring is against their backs. They have the safety of the fence line to their right so they could just naturally stay safe out of sight of a lot of the other teams. And it looks like they may have been low on loot, but it's okay. You got slacking out here with all the shields in the world to spare.
Ring continuing to pull up. Further and further north, the wall is still in, but most of Command Center is what's at play. That's what I believe right now. We got Redeem playing on that high ground. Void currently in a fight, though. It was a 2v3. They never got blitzing back into this, and it doesn't matter. The Snowmen have lost out on 2, and here comes a full push out to finish off that last remaining player. The Answer giving his position away along with that nade. Borton turning around the corner. He'll spot him very shortly here, and there it is. Snowmen knocked out Void. Despite it being a 2v3, get the full +3.
It be your own with the spiders, sometimes revealing your location, but the way that Void played, that was beautiful. I can only imagine how the comms sounded. Just the perfect follow-up between Borden and Antsy here. Now they're going to be able to loot up safely as a duo. They have so much KP to their name, too. Void overall has just been playing this magnificently tonight.
Conserving on the ammo there as well, and also just making no sound cues. On board with Sheesh. That explosive fight that they had at Antenna. Not much else happening as they rotate up. They do get tagged as they're making their way into the south side of the zone right now. And it looks like it'll be relatively free to get up this hill. I don't really see anything above them, so you can slow play this on the edge. They're going to have to commit to that. I mean, trying to use a Valkyrie deploy from down here, you don't get very far. You get to the top of the hill, and really, that's about it. So I like that they're holding on to this one. It's going to be very useful going into round number 3.
You have to hold on to it sometimes, especially being on Storm Point here. We talked about it before, just flying in from high to low ground and the amount of distance you get. But look who they're coming up on. That's going to be Wingman Season, who are patiently waiting for this opportunity.
They also have Running Late coming up behind them, though. I don't know if anyone's keeping an eye on their back. Nicewig needs to keep an eye there. As you can see, the prize also has the ping down. Might have been Timmy. Yeah, Timmy throws down that ping. He was playing off the rocks on the side. Spot that out. So many lurk plays are happening right now. Wingman Season. If they hear the fighting taking place outside, they will push out.
Oh, I love these patient plays. I wonder if the prize actually saw them. Did he see them in the corners? Oh.
I don't think he saw them. I don't think he saw them. If he did, he would have been pinging it. Oh, wait, ping's going down. Okay. Oh, man, this is so scary. We have 3 teams trying their best to lurk, but you know that Wingman Season definitely heard Sheesh, definitely heard a prize, so they know about that. I don't know if they heard him walking around. Zednim there on the outside here. Now Stunny even going for the peaks. Everyone losing some patience here. Running Late actually ran past them. Timmy got the knock onto Stunny here, and they want to push up. Running Late, though, might come in for the third party. Defensive bombardment has gone down from Noko to slow things down, but the bubble has been used as well, so they're not going to have this one when they make the push out, and they are already finding their entry in, but that's a beautiful spray out. Zednim almost took out Timmy, but he somehow survives. Noko finally answers back, but it's still a 1v2. Noko trying to get that bat off Maybe they go for the res on the other side, knowing that they have the man advantage, securing that thirst, but here comes running late for the third party. Oh,
this is an opportunity. Oh, they finally get whiff of the fight, too. They ran past him. Now they want in on it. Now Suras are going to be able to push in as a duo. They wanted in on the party, too. This is a perfect opportunity. A prize gets wiped out, and right when they thought they had the timing, when they had to jump on the lurkers now, the third, the fourth party have all rolled in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't want to put a dark cloud over this. Nicewig has DC'd again in the middle of that fight. Such an unfortunate circumstance. I hate to see this, but I mean, we have to call things out like this because we need better for our competitors. It really sucks. She should have won that. She should have gotten the kill points, but now they're forced back. It's a really terrible situation, and I just apologize for our competitors for that happening.
That's so unfortunate. Hopefully they could try to shake it off here. They've been doing so well. Now running late on the high ground, they're just going to be able to loot up. The game must go on. The ring is going to be closing in less than 3 seconds now. They have to redeploy just in case running late do not want to get contested by the edge of the circle, but they are going to be able to walk away with some of that extra loot, and they're just going to wrap around the mountain instead.
Yeah, we're down to 15 squads, 41 players remaining. Northern Proficiency about to run into CAA. Again, it's just so many lurk plays inside of these buildings right now. Northern Forces, though, know they're in there. They've got the Arc Stars at the ready, looking for the entry. Proficiency, getting a decent massive mid-range shot off onto that Gibraltar. Now they're regrouping to try and push in as a full 3. Cheesy on one angle of attack, but we've got another fight taking place right now as Rowdy is able to finish off Z Davis. Redeem losing out on him. It's a 2v3. You also have the armor disadvantage. Oh boy, the slide in, the coordination on that push. Joey Blackout like a spider monkey trying his best to avoid a lot of this damage, but they're not going to be able to survive. Unorganized knockout Team Redeem.
One by one, they fall. They just keep coming in unorganized, though. Now taking control of the building, taking control of the high ground. Look how many squads have now made their appearance into this building. Northern Forces now moving in. They get that knock onto Zednim. They finish him over. And Northern Forces now losing out on Cheesy after losing out on that actual fight. Wingman season have been taken out after Zenman was the first one to get taken down. There's another squad inside of this building. So many players still outside of this next circle.
We've even got Gas Station Gaming rolling up the Kraber in the hands of ICRVR now. He was able to secure that thirst onto Cheesy, lining this one up. He was waiting for it. Oh!
Wait. No reg?
Is that? Yeah, I'm thinking that was a no reg there, but he is trying to heal up. There was definitely a connect. Forcing out the Q from that Wraith. Now that's got to be the last member of Northern Forces here. Yeah, Proficiency getting finished off. CAA weathering the storm here, but now they're getting gate kept by a Kraber. Icy's going to go ahead and back up just to get a better angle here. Play the head glitch as well, as CAA are in a rough spot. We'll see if they can get out of this one. They can try and wrap around from the south side and move up from east, so they can avoid this fight. And it looks like that's what's going to happen. Gas Station Gaming realize it as well. They'll back away to just focus on the rest of the wall.
Icy is scary with that Kraber in their hands. There's nothing more scary than a Gibby holding onto that Kraber. Now look at the other teams that are on the other side of wall. IRL playing from the inside. They know that there's another team right above them here. It's going to be Alter Ego. One of the teams that have been popping off tonight, taking game number 1 with those 13 kills that we highlighted before. And it looks like they've been playing a much slower game for this final game, looking like they have all blue Evo shields still.
Yeah, only 105 damage on Obsessed, despite having nearly 200 ammo on that Wingman, 200 heavy ammo. He only has 105 damage. That's like 2.5 shots that he connected with. On board with Tripods though. Deeds and Nick Merckx needs to buy time to heal up. You can see Unorganized on the other side of this fight. Up top on the high ground is Psycho. Ends up getting a knock onto Cobra. So CAA might be in a spot of trouble. Nice port out, though, to get away from this and start rotating in. 14 seconds left. Zone is closing in. And by time for the bubbles and everything else. Gas Station Gaming, though, are coming up on them right now. Bubble has gone down. Icy isolated out by himself, but the port is going to be used by Tripods to go back to their original position. Arc Stars are in, though, and they might have to port back, but the Arc Star, they're just gonna eat that for now and start healing up. Luda needs some time as well. Gas Station Gaming right on top of them, trying to punish them here. Ooh, Not the greatest of bracelets as trades are coming down. Nick Merckx is the only one up now for tripods, though. And he is bleeding out. He is down. That's going to be tripods, our winners from game number 5. Out. Unorganized. Need to get his Psycho back up. Excuse me, high Psycho back up. But it looks like they have to wait just a moment. Luckface Killer does get that med kit off, and now they get flanked. Here comes Gas Station Gaming.
Huffing and puffing with the Kraber in his hands. Here comes Icy looking for an opportunity, not knowing whether to swap between the Massive. He's going to be able to utilize this close quarters. They know there's another squad on the other side, but that grenade sent him flying off of the high ground. They're just going to clean up that final kill, maybe loot if they need. They got the Kraber in hand, and again, they know that there's another squad that's pinging them from across the field.
Oh man, he might actually be thankful that the nade actually needed him out of that position, because Icy has no idea where that Gibraltar ended up going. Missile Swarm out is gonna miss. Icy is connecting with his shot, securing that thirst onto Cobra. He's only got a few shots left though. 3 in the chamber now here for Icy. It might be enough to open up the northern side. Here on the south side though, excuse me, on the western side, over at the wall, Alter Ego in a big fight. Obsessed needs to get that armor swap off. He needs to heal up and get the res onto Polar Bear here before the zone starts closing in. We'll see if they have a mobile respawn beacon to try and get Min back up, who was the MVP in game number 1. And no! He gets caught on the phase breach. He gets caught on the edge. He goes down to the ring. And Polar Bear now is left as a solo for Alter Ego.
So unlucky. Polar Bear also only having the white Evo too. Oh man, that phase breach just trying to find its mark somewhere, anywhere, but it wasn't activated. It wasn't allowing them to put it down. Now you can see some fights happening inside of this building. Nice crack there with the missile swarm. Kuzme leveling up that Evo shield to Red, gets that knock here too. Lands all those wingman shots, but dancing around the bombardment now isn't gonna be enough.
Oh, he does go down to that defensive bombardment, but they should be able to res him. They don't have to commit a bubble. Never mind. The peek out. Lightstar Joe now dropped down to 1 HP. Double O negative is full healthy. He can control the ledge here. Lightstar Joe, does he have a bubble for that res? He does. He's going to throw that down and get his teammate back up. He also needs to head a medkit. Kuzme instantly needing the medkit throughout all of this, as it looks like Novice and Slacking fighting on the outside right now, securing the thirst on the ground here. Getting a dam back up in just a moment. We're down to 6 squads, 14 players remaining here for round number 6.
Chaos on each side of the wall right now. Chatham is prime. Get the res. Dam looking for the shield swap desperately as Slacking moves all the way up to buy in some of that space. You can see both of these teams, 2 teams actually, taking up the real estate inside of that building. 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top. Maybe 3 actually, it looks like. Maybe 1 in the middle that you can see right there. As you can see them taking up so much view too for any of the other teams that are actually right in front of them. But Icy is forced to play this as a solo. Still 3 bullets in the chamber for Icy with the Kraber.
3 bullets, that could be 3 kill points for him to connect with. Just needs to land those headshots. Maybe he gets the collat. 5 squads remaining as well. Every single position he survives, every single team he outlives, that's going to be at least another point. So he can still get a lot of value for Gas Station Gaming. But right now, it's Chadimus Prime. We're the only team on the outside of the wall here. Big Poyo pushing down, getting that knock onto Double O negative, running late. Will they be able to get him back on up? Just a moment. Defensive bombardment has been used. The bubbles are down from either side. Lightstar Joe and Kuzme trying to hold that high ground as Roller Theory are trying to keep them baited out, but you see Icy picking out with that bubble, and he goes down in 5th place. Lightstar Joe, though, fighting up against Roller Theory. It's still a 1v2. Smooksy going down. Another team showing up throughout all of this. Charles CC getting the knock onto a maze, and it's Wizzy going down. CIMJ still alive, but it's a 2v3 as all of the kills are going the way of Chadimus Prime now here, taking the final win of the day.
Making their mark too in this entire lobby. We've had different winners throughout the entire night, and that is exactly what I love to see. Chadimus Prime taking the final game within this challenger circuit.
Absolutely insane. Not having any repeat winners. A lot of our heavy hitters not able to secure a victory as well. Big bounce back though from teams like Tripods and Wingman Season here on Stormpoint. What a fantastic way to finish off Challenger Circuit. Now we're just waiting for the final results to see who ends up on top. And man, I am so glad, you know, we've had a lot of unfortunate things happening tonight. There's been a lot of disconnects. We've talked about it. Really feel bad for Team Sheesh, but despite all the setbacks, they fought hard and they fought well.
Yeah, you have to give it to them. Just despite those setbacks, they still were able to secure so much KP. They were able to still get into rotations, their placement points. So many of these teams, though, really neck to neck overall, not only for some of the teams that may have been lackluster at the start on World's Edge, but then the comeback that we've seen, like from Wingman season on Stormpoint, where you could really see a lot of these teams feeling at their most comfortable.
Yeah, and game number 6, of course, congratulations to CIMJ, our 6th unique winner of the day. Don't get to see that fairly often here in Challenger Circuit. I mean, often there is so many teams that just kind of dominate the day, right? I mean, in the past, we've had, of course, Wingman season. I'm trying to remember, Northern Proficiency as well has had multiple wins in a day. But it's rare when we have 6 different winners all day long. So it's been a treat to see. Of course, just the late game kind of finish coming out from our squads. We're seeing a huge evolution in the Challenger Circuit players, not just of the seasoned pros, but teams that are looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and I like the change up between the squads that feel comfortable in World's Edge versus Stormpoint. We see the composition changes. We see a lot of Loba. We even got to see Caustic on Stormpoint, where you get to see how a lot more teams feel comfortable just running the same composition, whether it is moving away from World's Edge into Stormpoint. But just to highlight some of our winners that we saw today, we had Alter Ego win game number 1, running late, redeem. Asaurus, they won with that dive push at the very end in a very intense 3v3 fight at the very end. You had Tripods win game number 5, and of course our last winners, Chatham's Prime, taking that at the very end, where they actually were able to inch their way across the other side of the wall from the outskirts. So that was a fantastic look for all of our teams tonight in the Challenger Circuit.
Oh, I've been saying CIMJ this whole time. I'm so sorry, Chatham's Prime. I gotta apologize. Yeah. Chatham's Prime. Oh my goodness. Yeah, congratulations, Chatham's Prime. I'm sorry. When it comes to like so many teams, it's hard to keep track of all this stuff. So I will apologize right now. But we do have a replay coming out from game number 6. So let's go ahead and take a look at all the events that unfolded. There was so much fighting here, a lot of tense situations. This lurk play coming out from Team Sheesh almost went the wrong way, but it was a hell of a fight. And of course, props to our observers for being able to swap onto that so quickly.
I get Sentinel vibes with the way that they play sometimes, just looking to sabotage on top of another team. But we did see that play from so many other teams in this final game. Teams like Sheesh is waiting on the outskirts too. You see Unorganized coming in to sweep up for that third party. But we have to give it to Icy too, with the Kraber shots that we saw getting landed right here. The Kraber shots back to back. Even the grenade just setting that poor Gibby off to the side of the ledge.
Yeah, the thirst onto Cobra there as well. A lot of the fighting taking place over on the wall side. IRL really in things, and just the delay. Why it's so important to be able to finish off fights quickly is because, well, the zone starts closing in, and we saw exactly what happens here. Running late though, picking up some nice kill points ultimately in the end. You can see a huge fight coming out for Chatham's Prime, an important fight at that.
Yeah, talk about Chatham's Prime. I know you were talking about CIMJ, but they've been popping off themselves. This is another team that has been consistently within that top 5 area, so another team that has just been neck to neck with our other consistent squads. But with the final standings here and tallied up, Asaurus taken above Void. Talk about consistency. I mean, Asaurus, the one difference between Asaurus and Void is that Asaurus was able to take a game tonight, and that was game number 4. Whereas Void, yeah, they've been in the top 4, top 5 every game, but the one thing that they were lacking was that win that they needed on a game.
Man, what a spread. Just a 3-point difference between first and second place. Even Chatham's Prime coming up close within 9 points of Asaurus. They're really going to be important for them. I'm trying to like really put things into perspective. For a team like Void coming in second place for the day, they were in 20th overall in the cumulative leaderboard. A performance like this might have been enough to put them into the top 12 to avoid the lower bracket. So a much needed performance coming out from Team Void there, ultimately in second place.
Yeah, I believe before tonight they were in 20th there, I think, in the overall leaderboards before this fourth challenger circuit. So really good performance from them. Chatham is Prime, still living true to their name. We talked about them before. They were 6, I believe, overall, still sticking themselves within the top 3 here. Asoras, again, having that fantastic performance. Roller Theory, Tripods. We have to highlight Tripods, though. From the start of the season to now, I love seeing the growth that I have within this team and their synergy.
Yeah, it was definitely rough, though. We have to be honest about that.
Yeah.
When we were on World's Edge, that fight, it seems like Black Hand are just their kryptonite in the way both teams want to play this. I mean, it's such a slow fight over there at Big Mod. And it's all about who can find that opening. It's like a chess match down there. So much positional changes and everything. And Tripods have, been losing out on those. So you have to give a shout out to Black Hand for really being able to take it to Tripods. But the thing is, we talk about the swap off. Once we come on over here towards Stormpoint, it became a different story for Tripods.
Yeah, and then you see running late, one of our teams that took one of the games today, they're up on top there with 36 total points for today. Wingman Season, who really popped off on Stormpoint, like we were mentioning, that split of performance that we see between our teams, whether it be on World's Edge and Stormpoint, I think it's going to be the consistent theme, even as we enter the LCQ, because it's still something that we see within the Pro League.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, running late, they were 33rd overall. 1,140 points is what they had.
Wow.
But today, it might have been enough to put them into the top 22. We need someone else to do all that math. Yeah, when you have to convert the points on over for basically the total for the day, it's a little bit weird, but I think they might have done enough to secure a spot in the top 22 at the very least. But here's the bottom half. You can see how close it was in the middle of the pack. Take a look at that. Northern Forces all the way down to Unorganized, only separated by 7 points there.
Wow, that's insane here. And then you see HCH right behind them by 3 points here. Sheesh right behind them too. Sheesh also trying their best here today. This is another team that has had a bit of a rough start, but they progressively have gotten better, unfortunately falling short for this final challenger circuit.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes you're just not, you're just not on point. It just happens. It's so difficult to call. These are like some of the harder lobbies. I know, people will say, yes, Pro League is the hardest lobby. Yes, that's true. But in a different way, Challenger Circuit is a completely different playing field because you don't have the same kind of experience with a lot of these teams. You can't really predict what a lot of the other teams will do because you don't have that same experience. You don't always have them in scrims, and they don't play the same kind of style that you're used to in those lobbies. So it does, of course, necessitate some adjustment coming out from you, really having to learn how to play around that. But right now, I think we're trying to get word on whether or not we're going to have a winner's interview to finish things all off. It's unfortunate that Wingman Season weren't able to get the tri-cap there, get the hat trick to finish things off for the Challenger Circuit. We could have got Zedman for the final interview. That would have been fantastic. We got Noko and Stunny in the last 2 weeks, but still, it's great to have someone new at the very least coming in for this one if we can get it.
Yeah, they can't take everything for themselves, okay? They have to give it sometimes to other people here that want to have that opportunity and be in that spotlight. But it's great to see that type of consistency. You'd even highlight that, just having a different winner from Wingman Season just talk to us a little bit, now giving that opportunity to another one of our winners here. Maybe for somebody from Asuras, hopefully we get to talk to them, talk about their thoughts for today. Because, again, they were neck to neck with a team like Void. They won by only a few points. I believe it was like 3 points. So I want to know what their thoughts are on that and what their plans were moving forward from game number 5 after determining what they needed to do to secure those points for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, last season in split number 1, it was Dumpers that was winning everything. We were like, it was okay. We're going to have the Kimchi Lee hour at the end of the show at this point, right? That's what was going on. And this time around, it was, of course, a lot of domination coming up from Wingman Season. Would love to hear from the people from Asuras if we can in just a moment. We'll figure that out. But yeah, what a day. Having so many different squads, so many separate squads really being able to step up and being able to perform and really show what they've got. And also just taking fights up against some of the most seasoned players. It's been great to see. I think I'm still happy with the performances of the squads that we did name. Like Tripods, of course, they're going to have some hurdles along the way. Like last last Challenger Circuit. They finished second, and it was fantastic. But we know that that's when you're playing on point on the day. Sometimes that doesn't happen here. Blackhand again coming in as their kryptonite, but they still finished out above them overall. Team Sheesh doing a great job despite all the problems that Nicewig was having throughout the day. So we got to really give a shout out to them. I want to keep giving them shout outs because I feel like Wig had like 12 disconnects or something, like was averaging like 2 or 3 per game, but they kept their head in the game and they were still being consummate professionals and, you know, competitors. So that's why I'm giving them so much love right now, because it's so hard when network issues and stuff like that keep happening to you. So really unfortunate, but still we got to see some really good fun performances and some great fights. Again, let's go ahead and talk about some of the meta as well. I mean, we got to see Gibraltar's in the late games. We got to see the Lobas in the late. We got to see some really good fun performances and some great fights. Again, let's go ahead and talk about some of the meta as well. I mean, we got to see Gibraltar's in the late games. We got to see the Lobas in the late games. It still feels like right now we're in a pretty healthy meta for Apex Legends.
Yeah, I even got to see Horizon at the very end of that last game there too. I love to know how a lot of teams try to bring some of what they feel most comfortable away from World's Edge into Stormpoint, so that way they could keep that consistency within their composition. But we've also been able to talk to some players that have given us different opinions, whether it be players that feel comfortable sticking to the compositions from World's Edge into Stormpoint and then actually perfecting that comp, or you see a lot of players talking about how it needs to be diverse, how you have to play certain characters on World's Edge versus Stormpoint because it's so different with the layout. Whether you have a lot more Caustics on World's Edge or we don't even see the Bloodhound anymore. At first in the Pro League, and especially in the EMEA region, you saw a lot of Bloodhounds coming out. You saw a lot of Lobas. You saw a lot of Cryptos, and it's just nice to see a difference between the Pro League and the different regions. I mean, let's not even highlight APAC. You see Watsons, you see Cryptos, and then you see the Challenger Circuit in North America, and you see a lot more Wraiths, less Ashe. Even though we do see Ashe played out a lot, it's less than compared to what we usually see in the Pro League. And I think that's really interesting because you kind of get the best of both worlds, being able to witness what you see differently between the Pro League and the Challenger Circuit.
Yeah, and like another note, like we have like the shifting meta within the Challenger Circuit as well. I mean, one thing to note, I remember in week 2 when Blackhand and Tripods were fighting, I believe that Blackhand were really utilizing Bloodhound. And this time around, when they were fighting over Big Mud, there was no Bloodhound for them. So they're trying to shift and adjust and try and figure that out as well. I mean, both of those squads knew what they were getting into on World's Edge, and so they had to make the conscious decisions. Are we going to play for the late game? Are we going to play for more of the macro? Or are we going to fight for this 50-50? And I like that Blackhand kind of shows that, like, we're not just going to, you know, hone in on this 50-50. We're going to still play for the macro and still try and have a composition that we can carry on later on. So like it's been great to see so many like little micro meta games coming in the Challenger Circuit. A lot of focus being put on, a lot of studying being put on. I mean, you can tell that a lot of our players are investing a lot of time into this, right? They're studying tape. They're really trying to coordinate and consider how they want to play out the entire game. It's not just, oh yeah, let's show up and let's compete. Right now, we're going to take a short break, though. When we get back, we'll have a final interview from one of our winners from Asuras. So don't go anywhere, guys. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll be right back here for the Apex Legends Global Series Challenger Circuit. All right, welcome back, guys, to the ALGS Challenger Circuit. Unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties, and we're not able to connect with the member from Asuras for their final interview. Very unfortunate, but you know what? Congratulations, Asuras. You guys had a great day, topping off, of course, the last Challenger Circuit weekend with a huge W. So congratulations to them. Vicky, do you have any final words before we close out the show today?
Honestly, seeing how close each and every one of these teams were against each other and how we had different winners every game, I just cannot wait to see how the LCQ is going to go. And you could really tell that the skill gap is closing in on a lot of our top Challenger Circuit teams. I mean, you take a look at the Pro League and you see Challenger Circuit teams like RCO Esports, actually, who made it through our very first phase of the ALGS Challenger Circuit, has been popping up. So I can't wait to see more from these Challenger Circuit teams as they move on into the LCQ.
Yeah, that's right. So the Pro League teams that have been knocked down are going to have their work cut out for them for the LCQ1. Yes, we have so much amazing talent. Wingman season, tripods, everyone really showing up. Asuras there in the late game as well. Congratulations once again, Asuras, for taking the W. But that's going to do it for us tonight. From everyone here at Nerd Street, for Vicky and myself, thank you all so much for tuning in and for supporting us here for the Challenger Circuit across the last 4 weekends of play. Really appreciate it, guys. And we will see you for more Apex Legends in the future. Thank you so much and have a great week.